gave them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way. gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Whatever it may be, wherever you may be, is I, Captain Madlove, coming at you live and in person. With yet again another chapter from the Captain's Log being brought to you right here from the Captain's Quarters. How is everyone out there today? Hello, Zafarias. Hello, Scooter. Were you those two people that were out there lurking while it was quiet? Hello, Puling. How are you? And for anyone who has popped in from YouTube, thank you very much for viewing from YouTube. We need those hours, and I really do appreciate the help. We are going to be doing a little bit of that OSL on our big monkey friend in the spacesuit today. I haven't quite got my coffee in here. Tired. Super hot and raining. Proper thunder weather. Does it really? You know, I actually really like it when there's storms out. You know, I always feel like, I don't know. It's just like people aren't out there up to something. I always feel when the dog doesn't particularly care for them, but now that she's going a little bit deaf, she doesn't hear them like she used to. In fact, we have neighbors that shoot their guns all the time. And it's actually been, the fact that her hearing is not as acute as it used to be is actually kind of helpful because of that. We moved out to the country. And in the country, they, my chat. Pascal, are you out there? Oh, you are. Okay. There's a weird secondary chat that came in there. Hi, Pascal. How are you doing? Oh yeah, no, they just in their backyard. That's out here. Is this like, did I get wet? I don't know. I got sloppy or something. I don't know what I did there. Out here in the country, people target practice, I guess. I don't know, but you just hear people using their guns, and it's kind of good because Hammy, you know, before we moved to this house, thunderstorms were a really big deal. Oh my gosh, when this dog first experienced a thunderstorm, we moved out here. Because they weren't like that where we were before. OMG, you guys. Like, she would just loop the house, drool, and her nose would run, and her eyes would bug out. Oh, it was horrible. But since her hearing's gotten a little bit worse, she doesn't notice the thunder is bad, so she's perfectly comfortable on a rainy day. And when the neighbors shoot off their guns, she's not worked up about it. So actually, it's been really helpful for us that her hearing's a little bit off. Well, Pascal, I'm actually really glad to hear that. That mortified me. Like, I cried. I'm serious. I cried. I just, I haven't had very many experiences with breaking them myself. That's what's really weird is that, so every once in a while, so for example, like I had this little Rocky but I didn't break him. His wing fell off my desk. And when we were in the last studio, we've been looking for that wing for a year. We finally gave up. We cannot find the wing. And so that Rocky is going to have some other kind of thing. I don't know though, you know, when I'm keeping him because my old way of painting. And so I figure I probably should keep it. So I'm not really too worried about his other wing. You know what I'm saying? But that just gave me like, oh my gosh, I had chest pain and it was just horrible. I just, Now I got to tell you though, so
any other way.
let me show you something. Now, I don't know if you paint a lot of Warhammer, but let me get my glasses. I can't see. Hey, what are you doing? Because, you know, I've got a bed over here for you. Why don't you come get in this seat? Come on. Get in that seat, and you can do it with that donut on. Get in the seat. Hammy, get in the seat. You're being very obstinate now. Let's not do this. I want you to get in the seat. In that seat. Right there. Jump up there. You can do this. She does not like the morning stream. She says this is bogus bullshit. So we're supposed to be doing office work on a laptop in a recliner upstairs. I'm just letting you guys know the dog boat's out. Tuesdays suck. Hello, Derpy Trash Panda. Oh, Derpy Trash Panda, did you read the newsletter? There's a segment about our Derpy Trash Panda in the newsletter. Which, by the way, anybody who's out there that is a Patreon, the newsletter is up. Keeps the rent down. It's really serious. It's pathetic. There it is. Yeah. Oh, it can't possibly make a bed. This big donut. Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta jump all around. Oh, it's serious. Whew. Boy. I'm telling you, that is rough. You got a rough life. Oh, it's serious business. You getting it? Do you need a hand? Oh. Okay. Tell you what. I'll do the cover you. How's that? Is that better? Yeah, right. I know. She has to like really jump up high because that collar, she thinks it's so big. When she, I had to start taking it. Okay, here she goes. Now she's going to try to get under them with the donut on. Here we go. This is great, you guys. You're going to love it. Oh, look at that. Good job. Oh, you did it. Are you proud of yourself? Oh, that was a lot of work. Good girl. You can't see? Hold on, I fixed it. There you go. That was a lot of work. Now you can see. Oh, God. What a character, right? Now that's where you stay. Good job. Always the slimy glasses. So do you paint, you paint some Warhammer. Okay. So, and this is really sad because when that happened, it reminded me, and this is this mortified geek, right? So we were doing the pro shots to get this. I've still got the Star Wars on my desk, you guys, and all the paintbrushes in the universe, ugly brushes, good brushes, all of them. They're all here. They had to get a cleaning, so they're all kind of hanging out together. So you know who Lady Allender is, right? And you know how she's got that tendril on her body, like this one little tendril that comes down. Let me get that focused in for you guys. And then she attaches to that one little tendril right there. And that's how this is mounted on the base. Good morning, Green. Green, did you get my message in the Discord, my dear? I need a picture of the, what is going on? I got hair on my glasses, you guys. I need a picture of the Drakari. to make sure. I don't know if I have the right one. Good morning, AJ. How are you doing? I was just telling everyone that the newsletter was up and ready for everyone to read. We've got some events coming up. There we go. Okay, that's much better. So yeah, so this happened, Pascal. He was taking it out of the photo booth. Okay, that works perfectly. I just need to know which one it is so that I can post a pic in my flyer. And it hit the floor and it broke that tendril and broke this little guy. Also, he's attached to her body with a tiny little tendril. Like he just glues right there on a tiny little tendril. And so the sad part about this is I've had this for well over a year. It belongs to Beelzebub, and this is supposed to go to him. This is something that I'm supposed to send to him, and we were going to take the professional pictures of it and then send it off to him. Wait, on special lives? Oh yes, for the Patreons, that's in, and that is in the Pascal, I'm sorry, I actually forgot to send you the newsletter this morning. When I launched it, I forgot to send you a copy. I did send everybody else that was involved and completely forgot you this morning. I apologize. When I am done streaming here, I will send you a copy of the newsletter so you can read what I wrote. So I have to fix that. I know, I don't even know why they do that sometimes. So I'm gonna see what I'm gonna go in there, I think, and like repair it with a little bit of epoxy sculpt, right? Then I'm gonna paint over it, and then I'm just gonna maybe put like a little bush over it or something so you kind of can't see it. Where the little guy attaches to her body, I think if I put a little bit of Gorilla Glue, you know, not the foaming one, but the other one, if I put a little bit of Gorilla Glue on the back side of his tendril, I can just sort of press him closer to her dress and it'll hold. Yes, so Green Art of Colors is actually our, on our third Saturday, you guys, which is not this coming Saturday, right? Right? I don't have my phone. I left it upstairs. I think it's the following Saturday. We will be having Green Art of Colors again on our stream in the Patreon. And actually, we're doing a challenge this time. We're doing a challenge. So it's going to be a lot of fun. He is going to be trying to, he's going to do an intermediate level of painting to show you guys, you know, we're not talking tabletop. We're talking intermediate painting to get it tabletop, right? And to try to complete the miniature within 2 hours. And if he does not complete it in 2 hours, he has agreed to take a nap before he comes on stream that afternoon so that he can stay up late with us to finish it. So he will be staying on the stream until he finishes his project. On a new Drakari, you guys. Hello, Creature Painter, and welcome. Oh,
there was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Dave, you spooked me. Zefarius, now see, here's the good news. So for you guys that are the Patreons, that video will be left up for you. Okay, we do not, the videos when we have the special guests on our special stream, I'm not gonna, for the most part, those will not be posted to YouTube. Maybe until like months and months and months later. Are you happy with that, Dave? Yes, the tutorial should be really good fun. And so I'm gonna post in the Patreon, I will be posting a picture of the new Drakari and a picture of the colors he's using and the brand, okay? So you guys are able to go in there and then you can pick the colors that are best matched if you don't have those on your desk, all right? And also, if you don't have a Drakari and you don't want a new Drakari, just find a miniature that might mate up with it, a guy with a sword and a cape or something, I don't know, so you guys can paint along. So the object is going to be that we are trying to get this done in a 2-hour period. I doubt I will be able to, and I don't know what I'm painting yet. Yay for Drew Carey. Did I say Drew Carey? I meant Drakari. I'm sorry. We're not painting Drew Carey. We're painting Drakari. Oh, Hammy. Okay. So Dave, the result is that it is the same thing she had this last round. The antibiotics again did not work on her, so he gave her an antibiotic injection, and it seems to be working. This morning, she's had the last 3 days. She's been playing ball again, like to the point where she starts panting. Not just you throw 2 balls, she gets them, and then she's done. That's what she's been doing. Like she just didn't really want to play. So she's back to playing ball again, and she was wagging her tail for Geek upstairs when he was calling her to come downstairs. She was wagging her tail. And happy to come, so which is really, she's acting happy again. My phone is actually, I misplaced it upstairs today, Dave. Good for you. I think I saw Razor Knees. Hey, Razor Knees, how are you doing? You did? Well, thank you, Creature Painter. We're going to be doing more on chibis. You guys are going to want to, I am readjusting this because Luke had said, you know, Luke, I wasn't sure if you meant we needed a bigger box. Let me ask Luke a question really quick. A bigger box for my palette, or do we just need more of the palette like so on the cam? So like, will this work, or do I need to actually make the box bigger and bring it in closer? Because either I can do it either way, but I just realized that I have space to back the palette cam up. And this actually might keep me from hitting it all the time. Hold on. Let me just get that in a position for you, and then you can tell me if that works or not. So now you're seeing the whole palette. So I wasn't sure if it was like whether we needed to get more real estate, or you just needed to see more palette. So there's, hold on, I can actually, I can bring it in just a little bit more. And sorry guys, don't get seasick, hang on. We're working a little something out here. And I want to kind of get it square. I saw you, Palooka. Hello. How are you doing, mate? There we go. Okay. How you doing, Mr. Palooka? How are things? Oh, we are well. We had to take the dog back to the vet again. You guys know how I stress when the dog's not feeling good. She's feeling better. We just have to keep the donut on a little while longer. It seems to me that things are healing, though. So her tail is looking a lot better, and her legs are looking a lot better, and her booty's looking a lot better. So yeah, and we have, let's see, we have a really big event in July coming up. You guys will be, I'm going to put together a little promotional for that, and you guys will be informed 100%. I will be putting that out there. I mean, a big event, something that you guys actually might even want to be part of. We are working on and figuring this out, but we are going to be doing a paint contest. And we are going to be participating with the Super Chibi weekend that Midnight Heroes is holding, okay? And we are going to be doing a contest. So I'm going to give you guys lots of time between now and then to be able to get your project done, so that you don't have to like do the project like over a weekend. So you guys will have time to do it. So I'm working on that right now. We are doing a contest, and there's going to be a special code so you can go there and get a discount. Midnight Heroes, and then we are gonna select from the chibis that they have, like maybe 3 maybe. I think 3. We will choose that you can paint one of those, so we can kind of keep it not all over the place. You know what I mean? And definitely a Midnight Heroes, and you guys will get a really respectable discount from them, and it will give you plenty of time to have yours completed by that time. So we're right now we're trying to figure out. Well, hello, Emil. How are you doing? I think I missed that while I was messing with my palette there. I'm trying to get the whole palette on the camera. I have a visual director now, and so the palette kind of has a problem getting the full view. So we're working on. We actually are going to be changing also the palette camera, you guys. So the camera that you're looking at me in. We are the Brio. We are going to replace the camera here, this one, with the really nice one, like the one that you're looking at me in. So you will be able to see it. So Dave, we have some options. So I need to actually privately talk to the people that are mods combined as Patreons. Okay, because we are going to do this a little bit differently, because hello Blade Mark, good morning. You know how some people did some, I don't know if you guys heard about this, okay, but one went out, a contest was out there in the public for the public to vote, like you take pictures and you put it out there, and there was cheating. A couple of different times people had to change what they were doing with their contests, because I don't exactly know how that cheating works, but when they're voting, out there in the world, and then, yes, Palooka, somebody pulled a contest because they put it out there, like, go here to this site and vote, right? And then there was cheating. And I actually, when I had spoke with them, I said, if you do it that way, people will cheat. So they just pick the person that they like the best, who's the most popular, and then everybody goes and flocks, and I don't exactly know how the cheating is done. I guess maybe you go to different computers and vote, or maybe you develop online identities. I don't know, but I know that when you put a contest out into the world to vote, a contest, it ends up being cheating. Now, what I would like to see out of this is I would like to see you guys be able to post it on your work, this is my Midnight Heroes Captain Chibi that I'm painting for the contest, and you guys put it out there, right? Because this will help other people if they want to join the contest, or if they want to go get chibis or whatever, right? So I want it to be a thing where everybody can see what you're doing. So then that eliminates it being secret, right? Then I want to open a channel for it. Like Sam did when he did his contest, he opened a channel where people could go chat about it. I want to do that in the Discord, so you guys can also, give each other pointers and, attaboys and whatnot. We need those, right? And so I am developing, I am working on some very specific people that will judge, and we're going to do a very different style of judging, is what we're going to do. Very different. And the reason that it's going to be different is because so first of all, we're going to choose the 3 minis. Geek and I and the owner of Midnight Heroes will choose the 3 minis. And that's how that is going to be. Now, because a lot of people getting involved are going to be crew members, actually, I'm going to discuss the miniatures, but I am not going to be a vote. And Geek might be. And the reason that I'm going to be choosing the people that I'm choosing is because I don't want judges that are choosing because they like the model. And I want, and I actually have a fellow I'm working on who really doesn't like chibis. Perfect. Because he's not going to choose the model he likes because he doesn't like any of the models. So he's specifically going to be looking at, what the presentation is. So right now we are working on the criteria. And Dave, you are one of the people that will have there will be options for people that are in your position as to whether or not to enter, or whether or not they are going to be part of this other situation. So it's very important to me that the people that I bring in that are critiquing, A, have some experience in painting. A couple of them that I'm looking at have a lot of experience in painting. And B, that they don't particularly, I might find one person that loves chibis, but they don't particularly love chibis. That's important because I just don't want the model, like somebody paints a big fancy dragon. It's like, ooh, that one wins or whatever. I don't want them to judge because of the model. Palooka, that might actually be an option. Let me see the feedback that I'm getting from different people because you have, I do need at least, I'm thinking a panel of 5 because I don't want a tiebreaker, right? It's got to be a panel of 5. And the other thing is that I'm going to do this a little bit differently, as in we are going to have an open judging panel with our judges. Because I would like an experience that is feedback all between one another. I want the judges to understand what the other judges are seeing. Why are you picking that one and why are you, oh, okay, well, let me see, so that everybody can kind of, chopped. Yeah, right, so that there's no way for it to be 3 yeses and 3 nos. So it'll be, with 5, it's completely offset. And I also want the judges to be people that are able to communicate with one another about what they're looking at. And because there's a lot of things about it that I don't care for. So we're kind of trying to do something a little bit different. We want to make this really a user-friendly experience. There's actually a kind of a cool, hello, Stinger. He didn't forget his helmet. It's broken. It's broken. Oh, Stinger. Mortarian finally got ordered, and he is on his way. I actually don't know where this store is. But Cutthroat came through for me, by the way. Dave, where is Cutthroat located? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got it from, like he owns a game store. And I reached out to him and asked him, because, so it turns out the problem is bigger game stores that have more product, they get him more often, and smaller stores that don't move as much product, they're kind of not looked at as being as important. And that's why mine was continually on back order. So I reached out to Cutthroat. He has, I talked to him about it. I said, listen, I have to talk to you about this thing, about this miniature I'm trying to get. And he explained to me how it works and why it is that it's all, oh, okay. So then in that case, that should be, so he's supposed to be here at some point, I think this week, Stinger. But not to me. Then we got to mail it to me. So probably next week at some point. Who Turned Out the Lights does it? Oh, you'll have to send me a link to that one. I absolutely love Doctor Who. Sorry, lost my thought. But I think I saw another name in purple. No, that was Stinger. Zephyrius, tell me about this brushed off the competitive painting thing. Let's see, just a little background. You have, oh, see, okay, study for something. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, Palooka, well, then I will definitely put you on the list because I need somebody that's going to be impartial, because you're going to see these out there on all the social media. And I want the person to be impartial. And you know what? I think what I'm going to do is choose a couple of categories so that it's not just necessarily all about stunning paint. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm going to choose a category more like delivery. Like, choosing a complimentary palette, getting the complimentary palette right. So, and we're going to have 2 definite separated categories. So we're going to have intermediate and beginners, and we're going to have professionals. And in the professional league will be basically people that... Hello, Shitty. Wait. Is it? It's shitty? Papu. Well, hello, Papu, and welcome. Sorry, that just came out of my mouth, but that does say shitty, doesn't it? Welcome, Papu. Doctor Who. Doctor Who. So yeah, I am crazy busy, Stinger. So just be really patient with me. I do kind of want to do this airbrush series, and I am looking at your model for that airbrush series, but I need to get a hold of somebody. I need to get a hold of Ghosted Wolf so I can find out if we can have a powwow, because ultimately he's the one that would walk me through that. He's a freaking powerhouse. Like, I mean, he takes these big ass models and like 2 weeks later he's done. And they look boom, you know, it's amazing. Oh, you're making a joke. Okay. Try not to add the name to the pic if possible. You know, though, Dave, the thing of it is that I guess when we go to judge it, that would be fine. But I want them to share it on social media. Howdy, Papu. Shitty Papu. City Pop. Okay, great. Raven, hello. How are you, my dear? Did you see the newsletter? Oh, wait, wrong Raven. Sorry, wrong Raven. That would be Raven. Wait, hold on. Damn it. Is that the right Raven? Oh, I have two Ravens, and I get that logos are both Ravens, and then they're similar. You know, see now that, okay, so that's a thing. Final Night, I like this idea, but then they can't share it on the internet. And then they have to work on it in private. Okay, I'll tell you what. So the way that Sam did it was, good morning, Dragonheart. You like models with big asses? Okay, oh my God. Yours does not have a big ass. Thank you, Dragon. The Rolodex. Oh, Corbus, did you join our Patreon? We need to start doing the Davy Jones deck when people join the Patreon. I'm going to start doing that, you guys. Oh, this, have you been here the whole time? Are you talking about this? I just got started. Did you see this? He's almost 100% done. I know. Okay, so you're the Scottish one. Let me see. Hold on. Do you have a Scarlet in your family? Tell me if you have a Scarlet in your family. Thank you, Dave. Hi, Nikki. Hi, honey. How are you? You'll add a Scottish flag to yours. Actually, this is just brush. Now, I do, of course, apply the primer with an airbrush. This is just a brush. Metallic rubbing is something I do specifically with a brush. Okay, so you are, okay, so you were the wrong Raven. Pretty good, Nikki, pretty good. We're going to be working on this guy today. We're talking about a contest that we're planning. So it's coming up in July. And before the end of this month, I will have all of the information on it, okay? Because that will give you guys like 6 weeks to work on your miniature, okay? So it will. And I am agreeing with you, Knight Errant. I'm thinking about opening a channel in the Discord so they can at least have a place they can show it off and go share it. Oh, the final part. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, let's see. So let's see. So they share their whips, but should hold the final if they can. But if not, it should be fine. Not everyone would see the whips. Okay, come to the judging. Each mini would be assessed a number. Correct, right? I know that one. Yes, we're working on and I want to make sure that it runs smoothly. So this takes a little bit of planning because recently a couple of people that I know did some contests online where you vote, you know, everybody in the community, and there was cheating, and so one of the contests got pulled. I don't know how the second one went because I never checked up with my friend on that one. And then I know that there's some techniques that Sam Lenz, when he did his, that I really liked. So I think opening a channel where everybody can go and share their work and talk about it will make a more friendly environment rather than a competitive one. Hello, Ishan. And I'm liking Knight Errant. And I was thinking about, yeah, when you submit it, you just submit it with a number, which was the idea, and that they don't submit it in its end, the end result. They have to submit pictures, which will be 4 front, side, back, side, that they will submit. I actually even thought, you know, about everybody submitting a little video. I feel like a lot of people have trouble photographing their miniature, but if they put it on, if they turn it, right, just a little tiny short video and maybe some pictures, so you have 4 pictures and a little short video. The video, sometimes the video gives you more of the miniature's attitude than if you're just looking at a static picture. So I'm thinking about having everybody submit a little video with theirs. And then none of that will have their name on it. And more than likely, Geek will be handling the, you know, the tech aspect of that. You changed the name in the Discord. Okay. Oh, you guys. I have to check on something really quick. Okay, you know what? You guys, let me send, oh, really? Scooter, he wants to see that? For real? Okay, but it's a Patreon thing, but I will do it. I will do it for that person. I've got the note in there. And when I am, you sent me a message in Discord. It actually was Green Art of Colors that I forgot to send it to. I thought maybe Pascal said something. Okay, let me see. So a video could be tough, but TikTok has people trained. Right. Yes, I do agree with you, but you know, I'm just thinking where you just use your phone and just, you know, even just so we can get like a 360 view. I used to have this little thing that you put in the middle of the table that has like the salt and the pepper and all that weirdness. Lazy Susan, and just put the mini on a little, and then just spin it with your finger and take, just so we can, because that way you get like that whole 360 experience. And I thought that would be cool than a million pictures. Good morning. Good morning. Oh. Well, Atwood, I'm supposed to know that. Hey, Slay, welcome back aboard. Oh, hey. Capo, how are you? Howdy and good morning. Good morning. Yeah, we are discussing the upcoming contest. We were just discussing some of the ideas. You're oh, thank you very much. I don't like to shout out the other name in case for some reason you don't want the two connected. Some people don't, so it's kind of a little bit of a leap there. Poe, we are discussing a contest that we're building, and everyone's giving me ideas on the different approaches. I want to really do a very fine job. Oh my gosh, Green. That is splendid. I can't wait to see a picture of your desk. Yes, Hatter. Right? Oh, yes, Hatter. Hatter. I knew I was supposed to recognize that name. But I don't always get the last name. Sometimes I do get that was the first thing I thought of when I saw the Chris, though. Welcome back aboard. So you might want to know that I mean, if that contest is going to be chibis, but it's specifically going to be Midnight Heroes chibis. Okay, but I'm just letting you know because you do like to paint a chibi. The other thing that, oops, sorry guys. The other thing that we will be doing for your convenience, is ordering some more of this, is we will be doing some chibi days, like all the way up to that. So you guys can pop in here and, you know, get pointers and whatnot. You have, oh, good. Okay, so I'm going to choose like out of maybe 4 of them. Let's see. Careful about still picture and or video quality. Oh, that true. See, that's where the problem lies, actually, Final Night, is that if they can't get a good picture, and what I'm going to tell people, right? Yes, and what I am going to tell people is that if they're going to enter the contest, then they need to know that we're doing this by way of submitting through photographs. So if for some reason they don't have a way to present it, you know, through a photograph and find someone that can help them take a good photograph, then it might be better not to enter, because it's too, like, I can't tell you how many pictures I look at in the Love Gallery. It's just too hard to look at the work and make any kind of a judgment about it if the picture's not coming in. You know what I mean? Because you can't judge it good. And you can't judge it bad. You just cannot judge it. Not yet, Hatter. So by the end of this month, we'll have all the details. We want to have all the ducks in a row. I just wanted everybody to know to keep their eyes peeled, because you will also be issued a coupon code to go to Midnight Heroes to get a discount if you are entering the contest. And you get your name on the list is like, yes, I want to enter. You get issued a discount code that will be given to me by Midnight Heroes, and you will get a nice percentage off of your order. And at that time, you can order as many as you want. It's just that you're going to get that because you are entering the contest with their miniature as a gift from them. Yes, it should be really good fun. Now, we're not going to do, probably not going to do any of the mech style, because they're kind of a little category on their own. The little robot style ones, they're kind of a category on their own.
Give them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
Shake bottles till the arm falls off. So we have that planned, and then you guys are going to want to know also. So the newsletter for the Patreons is out. Anybody who's a Patreon, read that newsletter. It has information in it for you about our upcoming co-streams and whatnot. And in case, for some reason, you read about the dog, the update will be in the blog. But in the meantime, since you are here, the dog is doing spectacular. Precisely. Right. So that they don't feel bad about it, Knight Errant. I agree entirely. That's something that we're going to put like in, you know, we'll make like a little pamphlet, electronic pamphlet or something that says, you know, that they need to understand that the only way we can judge these miniatures is through quality photography and a short video. And so if they cannot provide that, then, you know, they're entering the contest basically at their own risk, because we just can't judge. We can't look at it and go, oh, that's great. We can't look at it and go, oh, that sucks, because when the photo quality is bad, you don't know what it is. Exactly, they do. And one of the really nice things about that is that for people that don't, like, there's a lot of people in the channel, and I'm also going to suggest that they reach out, like in our miniature photography channel, that they reach out and that they go in there and read all the stuff that people about photographing miniatures and not have it be very expensive. You know, I mean, there is a way to do that. So I think it will be. And I just want to make sure that we do it in a way where everybody understands what they're getting involved with. There you are. I mistook somebody else for you. Did you get to read the newsletter? You must go read the newsletter. It's posted. I apologize for the slight delay. It looks like Mondays are going to be our posting the newsletter. Within that first week of every month, we post a newsletter. And it looks like it's probably going to be on a Monday that happens. And then the 3 blogs, and then a newsletter that comes in the following month. Generally, letting you know what's going on the month ahead of us and letting you know, kind of filling you in with what happened the month behind us. Well, yes, you know, and also maybe we could just have a, like, everybody that wants to, maybe they don't feel like they should be entering a contest and they're just like super new, and entering a contest is just, you know, makes them nervous. Maybe we could have a little category for that so that they can enter into that for I don't know, like just because, just to for CNC, for we could do like a little passel of people that are just doing this to get a critique on theirs, and then they can get like a little critique thing done, you know? I mean, yes, Gunpla is, you know, because it's got so much space. Well, so something that might interest you. So first of all, exclamation point links, anybody for Popa here, for Pop. Oh, I already have a Pop. So you're going to have to be Popa. I know, 1 raven for each shoulder, right? Multiple hatter. I think front, right, left, back, and then I think I'm gonna, now we're still working this out, but I'm also thinking a little 360 video with your phone, focus in on it, try to get some good diffused lighting, maybe put it on a little trivet and spin it in a circle so we can get a 360 view. Sometimes video shows you things that you miss in a picture. This is my thought. But it's going to be the person who enters it. It's going to be their responsibility to provide quality photography so that we can see what we're judging. Hello, use your wood. Oh my God, use your wood. Okay, please go in the Discord and send me a reminder. Also, I know you sent me one in the email, I know, but my PayPal, just ask AJ, my PayPal shit itself. It just started working properly last night, and I forgot you, and that's my bad, and I'm so sad. Okay, so we should do beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Okay, so I will let the owner know. Okay, that sounds reasonable. No, it's not okay, use your wood. I'm very serious about taking care of my bills. Ooh, that should be fun. That should be fun, Raven Hobbies. Yes, and I think we will do a challenge in the meantime also, which I think will give people practice. So I'm gonna put like a chibi challenge up there, so you can go get your chibi for the contest, and you can join the chibi challenge. Yeah, I think that'll be good fun, and that way your chibi challenge, you can put that all over the internet. You can on your social media. Everybody can see it. You don't have to hide it. Good morning, Bronze Archer. Have I been thinking about you? And I thought about, we are also, and really, definitely something we're going to put out there in the public. We are probably going to be doing a digital art contest for a design for the captain, or like drawing the captain. That's later though. That's later. We're going to do the chibi thing first, but it is something that's like on the plate, you know, put a pin in it and stick it, but it's probably at some point this summer. And I thought that's something we have to really put out there and make public, because, you know, we don't have a whole lot of people that come into this channel. I do have a friend that does digital art, and I know that he will advertise it on his channel. You know, Bronze Archer, I would just buy one from you. I mean, you know, I was actually, when I was going through all the art in the house, A, saving a spot for you, okay? B, I have 2 concepts after I saw that orc that you drew, okay? So 2. and we need to discuss size so we can get just the, just the right sizing for it. And as I was hanging up all of the art, so for Mother's Day, I got the art hung on all the walls. Well, not all of it. So Geek hung art for me for Mother's Day. That's the story. And while we were doing that, I was, looking around the different locations and trying to decide where my orc ladies were going to go. So that, but you know what? You want to know what I really love? Like, to me is, the sexiest? The Goat Girls. You remember the Goat Girls from WoW? Be still my heart. Like, but they needed to be a little plumper in the booty, I think, like bigger booties, and which is what I really liked about your orc girl was the volume. That was like really good. Oh, Zephyrius, mine. Oh, I Love Pickles was a warrior. You know what? Yes, look, yes, because they need, they need more booty. I think just really petite sloped breasts and big booty and big legs, because that's like their hairy legs with big hoofs and whatnot. And the horns that I like are the ones that curl on the head, like a ram. Although I Love Pickles had those cute little pointy horns. Knight Errant, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. Thank you. And thank you very much for your input. It's given me a lot to think about. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to get some color on the palette here, you guys, while you're looking up Goat Girls. Was it? So, well, I also had a goat girl that was a mage, Zephyrius. So let's see. I had a goat girl that was a mage. I had a goat girl that was a warrior. I had a goat girl that was a paladin. I had a goat girl that was... I don't remember them all, Zephyrius. Yes, painting. We've got the ideas for the contest, and we kind of got the word out there. Everybody knows now that the newsletter is available. I also, we're going to be opening a little Google Doc thing to find out if you guys that are Patreons are going to want the emails with some updates, and if you're going to want the emails, when we have like one of the companies has a special coupon going or something like that, if you guys are going to want that. Hello, Paint Monkey. How are you doing? Shame on me for playing Alliance. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Oh yes, that one. That one. The Draenei. I had a Draenei. I remember the Draenei. I play both. I just play what I like. So let's see. So remember we had the ink. That's what we're creating this and we were fortifying in some areas with a little bit of vermilion paint. Now Luke isn't out there to tell me if the view on the palette is actually physically the way that is better, but he'll come back in and then we'll figure that out. And let's see. And then we had a little bit of yellow, actually a very, it was a very muted yellow that I have that we put out. And the reason for that, there's a little bit of lemon, and then you mix that with a little bit of a white, and that's just to, it's a very, very thin, and it's just going to be to bring up some areas to create the glow. Did you like it? Did you like it, Raven? Did it suit you? Oh, you liked it. I'm so glad you liked it. I was a little worried because I was writing about somebody else, and I thought, oh, and AJ does so AJ is our editor and our scribe, and she does such a good, I just throw these random ideas at her, and she does such a good job, putting it all together, getting it all edited for me and everything. Of course, I think the typos might be my fault, by the way, AJ. It could have something to do with when I was in the document. That might have been me, girl. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. I kind of wanted to do that for people that come on board as Beyond members, you know. And then I did a little one. I guess I did a little one for just a shorter one for Trash Panda. But if I have the time, I do enjoy. Perfect. Thank you, Green. And I need to send you, I have to send you a copy of the newsletter so you can read. Is it really? What is actually do? Oh, I see. It's the carpet. Haha. And then we were doing plain and pure white. We got to bring it up. And then also we have in some areas, we have kind of an off-white. It's a linen white. Remember that if you do all your colors in the brightest white, then you don't have a highlight to come up to. So when I'm doing white, I always use, depending on the situation, this is a warm situation. So we are using warm white. If it was a cool situation, we would be using a white that leaned towards blue, and that would be a cold white. And generally, I would do something like this, and then I would put white in this and make it a little bit more muted, okay? So lighten it up so that it was a white, but tinted this color. So basically, I tint the white in the direction I want it to go, and then I bring the highlights up to the pure white. Now, there's not a whole lot of whites out there that you get that are neutral. So when you're using your pure white as a highlight, you do want to pay attention to that too, because if you use a cool white as a highlight on warm, sometimes it can be good because that complementary effect really makes it pop. Other times it can kind of kill it. So that takes a little bit of training the eye and trial and error on your own part. So just so that you know. What is Imgur? Yes, okay, and I'll pick it up from Discord, and I'll make the little file for the Patreons. I just want them to be able to go get colors that kind of match if they want to paint along, and then kind of get a mini close to the same size as what we're painting. Green. They don't have to paint the same mini if they don't want it, but maybe they've got something close to the same size and they can paint along. I haven't decided if I'm going to get a Drakari or if I'm going to, I don't even know if our game store has one. Oh, wait, okay. Oh no, it needs to. It's private right now. It's just for the Patreons, Raven. You can send it to Scarlett, of course, like on the phone privately. But right now we're saving that. It's just for Patreons. In a few days it'll go public, and then you may absolutely put it there and share with other people. That's wonderful. But right now it's just for the Patreons. So I like that everybody respects that the Patreons get to read it first. Partners and family, that's fine. We're totally cool with that. But that way it just doesn't go out there. Sometimes I put a teaser and I will just post the first page out there to the public, but not the part that's the juicy parts. Yeah, there's that too. There's that too, Zephirius. Greetings, Paul John. How are you? How are you? We're putting out some, whoopsie, there we go. Let's get that, we're working on this palette cam ordeal over here. There we go. To try to get the most of the palette real estate that we can. As you notice, if you look at my my cover, you'll notice that there's like a part there that's kind of blank, and the palette kept sliding over there behind the captain. So we're trying to fix that. Ooh, what kind of new tech stuff? Oh, in Discord, you mean, Raven? Yeah, so I wanted to share the letter because, so Green Art of Colors is, well, actually, you know, Green, just pop into the Patreon and read it. Here I am thinking, I forgot that Green signed up last month. Okay, let's see. And Black. regular old black. We're using the pure black from Reaper. So right now, actually, guys, pretty dominantly Reaper colors is what we're using, except for the ink. The ink is made by, actually, this particular ink is made by West Design. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's made in Germany. That sounds interesting, Paul John. Yeah, we are working on it. So just to let you guys know, too, that are Patreons, okay, I want you guys to know something super exciting. So we really have been trying to deliver you videos. And we have had this ongoing problems. I mean, not just one. We had videographers that we couldn't get to do what we needed done. And then one of our partners came on board and said he would pick up the videos, and we thought, okay, so we were coming in with that, and then that ended up being an internet problem. So the first person that we brought on board, that just didn't work out. The relationship and the schedules and my ability to communicate, I think I really failed there a lot. And so that went the wayside. And then we had somebody else that came in, and I don't even know what that was about. They were going to do it, and then they were gone. And then we had one of our partners come in, and he was going to pick it up, and then there was internet issues. So where he's located cannot take the level of downloads that it requires for the computer to speak to where we store the where he downloads the video storage from. So it just was this ongoing battle for him, and it was just so many hours and so many hours. Now, you will be proud to know that we found a videographer. Yes, not only did we find a videographer, this is amazing news for you guys, but he's also going to we are going to work to catch everything up. So in the next couple of months, be prepared to get some goodies, okay? Because he has the ability to take, 6 hours of video and just go boom and knock that out for the whole month for videos. So he's got the right equipment. He knows what he's doing. I'm really feeling positive about this. He's very close to my heart, which really makes me happy because we are able to communicate. So be prepared for the Patreon to take a really big change. Bringing AJ on board with the newsletter and the blogs has been a game changer. It's so inspiring for me to see that all wrote up and out there for you guys. And so it's going to get better. It's definitely going to get better. And we are working on some master courses that are going to be put in the Patreon that are for Patreons only. As in, we're not even going to release those to YouTube. We are creating a series. We're going to put some stuff out to YouTube. We're going to put some stuff on Patreon that will overlap into YouTube. And then for those of you guys that are Beyond members, you will know, I will let you know, we're going to be having some courses that are on Patreon for Beyond members I have been encouraged by our videographer, who is also helping with, the visual aspects and whatnot of things, and also directive about what we do for painting. And that's part of it, that the Patreons get something special, because you guys really do take care of the ship. You really do. Like, without you, I wouldn't be able to afford to do what I'm doing. So I want to do something for you guys. We got our once a month thing going. We've now got this other little writing project going, but I want something that's there that's just for you. That's just, and it's not even going to public. Oh, well, at least they're planning in advance, Paul John. At least they're planning in advance. Thank you so much, Green. I appreciate it. Well, there he is. There's the man himself. And Luke, I'm going to forget this. If you could please put me a notation in Discord. I'm not shouting it out in the chat. Don't shout it out in the chat. Please put it in private Discord. I had talked to you about a software that I am currently using that I do editing and whatnot with. And if you could hop into the chat and say, hey, Captain, you wanted to talk to me about your software for editing photographs. I want to talk to you about that. It's very important. Bronze, it really is. It really is. And we have, of course, also, which this pertains to you, we have the Merc coming up, as in, like, you know, that's something we're kind of like, it's on the back burner. We're really struggling with how to do that. But this new software is going to make it absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you very much. And just to let you guys know, that is Luke. Yes, Luke, as in Luke here. My friend who comes in here all the time. He is the one that is taking care of the captain's video projects. Slay, darling, can you hear me? Good morning, that guy, Joe. You know what? I was thinking about you because your name is in our newsletter because you won on May the 4th be with you. How are you doing? All right. I think this is the one I like. I think I've been like scrubbing on this one here. Where's the one with the paint all over it? This one's kind of, you know, I don't know. I got mixed feelings about this. I'm not too sure. I think I'm gonna, but this one, yeah, I'm liking this one. All right, so we'll have this guy. We're building up all of this, the shadows. Remember, oh, the other thing. Oh, yeah. The cold shadows. I forgot about that. So we had those cold shadows put out. That was for some areas. We took the cold shadow, which is a Payne's Gray, so it's got blue in it. And we were using that in areas where we can get some cold shadow. And so cold shadow on warm subject is for depth. It really helps. It's also complementary, so it brings, it creates more volume. Now you want to be careful where you're using it because sometimes you can just kill something with it. So we are now moving, we are really, like, this part here is really ready for like a lot of the details and the glow and everything. We were moving up to here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we were actually ready for the backpack. So there's that. And if you remember, I just took a little bit of the ink. I fortified it with a little bit of the paint. And we kind of thinned it because we were doing it in layers, but you know, the part that's underneath here. Oh, forgot my hood. Paint hated you? You know, that happens sometimes. Thank you so much for that follow. Becky T, how you doing? How you doing? Do you know Dryad T? Yeah, and on Technical Tuesdays too, you guys, I'm probably gonna do a thing. It's really, you know, when I get up on a Tuesday morning and as much work as I've been putting in on Monday, it can be a little bit crazy. So I'm thinking maybe just, you know, not doing the hair and wearing a little nightcap is gonna be. Hello, Dextros. Buenos dias. ¿Cómo está? All right, so let's get in here. Let's make sure we're focused in really good. We're going to pick up with this glow where we left off, which is down at the bottom of the backpack here. And remember, we are moving up the mini. We're moving up the mini. I got to develop a kind of a little bit of a sketch of where the glow is before I get too excited with it. Some of the areas where there's wrinkles, you can put a little bit of glow right in the shadows. What it'll do is warm up your shadows, but because it is a transparent, a semi-transparent paint, it'll work out really good. So getting that, and then we'll just kind of fade it right there. Right? So as you go up, it kind of dissipates. That way we can kind of get the idea of the glow. Now we'll come back, of course, that's going to need to be deeper because, you know, But before you get like crazy with it, it's a good idea to just kind of give yourself an idea of where you're going with it, and that way you don't overdo it in the very beginning. So we got this little idea here. It kind of fades away as it comes up the backpack, right? This is an OSL thing. Now I'm using Vermilion paint by Vallejo, fortified with some ink. There we go. So we're getting a little bit of that, just a little bit of that glow. Well, good morning, Bitterbrush. How are things? 2 new records in stream. Captain started on time. She put paint on the mini at 1:08. What have I done? Shh. Tuesdays. I'm trying to people don't have a lot of patience in the morning, and so I'm trying to make it where it's not such a long wait. You know, I do that on purpose. Like, the reason I don't put my starting time at the time that is actually when I start on a normal stream has to do with when we first started streaming. So it's kind of like a, I don't know, sort of a tribute to when I first started streaming. Oh my gosh, when I first started streaming, everything went wrong all the time. The freaking computers crapped. The dog had to crap. The coffee would spill. I mean, it just was crazy. So I would always, inevitably, I could not make it under, like, if I made it 10 minutes after, I was like, oh wow, really? So I just started deciding, okay, I'm always going to start at that time, bring it up, let it run, and I will just start about 15 minutes after. And then that can be my on time because it just didn't work. Now on Tuesday, you know, it's morning for a lot of people. Morning, we don't have a lot of patience sometimes. And yeah, I kind of want to tighten it up a little bit, so to speak. So I thought I'd give it a try. So now I'm taking that Vermilion paint over here. And we got a little bit fortified. Here's the paint, and then we add, the ink is over here, right? Let me bring that ink over where you can actually see it. So when I bring a little bit of that ink in, and I fortify it, and then I'm going to get a little bit of this lemon yellow, right? And I'm going to kind of bring, if you notice, as you add the yellow, it brings the volume of the Vermilion up. Yes, it kind of makes like a bright orange, lemony orange color. It does. But it also brings the volume, the intensity of the color. It lifts it. This is good to hear. I'm going to thin it a little bit more. I don't want to get too, kind of want to keep the, let's see. I'm going to kind of bring this in like this, right? Now see how much brighter that is? I'm going to get a little bit of the really bright white, and I'm going to see about toning it with the white. There we go. So I can get a little bit more of that, the white suit, reflective white suit volume. Now watch. So really what I've done with this is I've added yellow and a little bit of vermilion. That little, you watch me mix that. And then we're going to come in here, and where the highlights are that are higher on the model. Do you notice this? Right? Now this is, if you're doing OSL, like this can be the case. Let's just talk about OSL for a second. Okay, so the OSL, he's standing on it. All right. And so wherever your object is, you can do this, what I've done with this paint, right? And the closer you get to the object, the brighter you can make it so that it looks like the color fades away as you move away from said object. Now in some areas, I'm kind of feathering it a little bit out to the sides just to get a little bit of that. See, like in here is a little shadow, but I'm going to get a little bit of that coloration, right? There you go. Now at first, when you first do this, it will seem as though maybe the contrast is coming down a little bit. But really what you're doing is you're bringing this color. So we can't exactly use white, but what we can do is we can lighten up a yellow. Look at this. Watch this just pop. Do you see what that does? Hello, baby. Oh, hi, Turbo. How are you doing? How are you doing? So notice the, let's bring that up for a minute. In fact, I should probably bring that up for you so you guys can see, because I'm going to lay it right on. Okay, notice, okay, we have reflective here, and you see that, right? But, and then of course, you know, we come around here is a good place to look. Notice how this is reflective, but notice how this is glowing, right? So what I did is just take that yellow, you'll see that, right? And just in those areas where I had put that white and saved that really light color area, now I've got that yellow orange thinned with a tiny bit of the white added, and look what it does to that, right? That's this color right here. It's just a little bit of white, and it's thinned. I had to thin it to the consistency of about 2% milk. How are you doing, Wavy? We're building our little glow spots on our little astronaut monkey right now. A little bit of that yellow. You want to keep it kind of the same color, so try to get the same color going on. There it is, right? And then we did a little bit of white into that. There. I leave a little bit on the palette so that I can make sure that I'm matching the color, right? Okay. I leave a little area on the palette with the color that I'm using so that I can match the color. That's, by the way, a little thing you might want to write down. That's how I get my colors mixed the same. Where the problem really happens is when you leave a miniature for a couple of weeks, put away all the colors, don't write them down, and then you try to come back to it. You may find that there's a little trouble with that. Notice what I did to the foot there? All right, come down here to this foot. Come in here and get all these little raised areas, and then we are definitely going to come back in here to grab some of those shadows back. So as the shadows kind of tone down, don't stress yourself on it, okay? Because you're going to come back in here and you're going to drop a little bit of a deeper color into some of these shadows, and it's going to be amazing because it's going to really pump the volume up. In the meantime, you've got this yellow that you're working with that is super pumping the volume right now. Got to get it in all the areas where Mars is shining, like up his butt. But notice, see, do you see it now? I know you see the glow now. You got to see the glow now. Oh, Wavy, no, what happened? Take a photo with Minnie and paint. Oh, man. You know what, Wavy? It's weird because I'm telling you, I was freaking out of it yesterday. Even Sunday, I was like, I wouldn't even touch the pain medication because there's no way it's going to, when it gets that bad, the pain medication isn't going to cut it. So you come in here and you're going to thin and feather these little areas, right? Get a little bit of that yellow in some of these areas that are a little bit lightly. To create the glow, and just kind of, you want to keep it kind of going all over, like in different areas. Don't just be like spreading it everywhere, because then it won't give you the same effect. All right, you see that? I know you can see this start to glow because I can actually see it physically glowing in the camera. And then as we move up here, we're gonna just thin layers, really thin. Where you put a second layer, right, it's going to be a little more yellow. So when you do that, it will create a little more volume for the glow. Right? Oh, yes, right. That is a good way. What Wavy's suggesting, it is a really good way to remember what you're using if you end up having to put a miniature away. Is that you take a picture of the mini and the colors that you're using, like side by side. I always forget to do that, but once you get to where you can like super duper duper mix the colors, it doesn't become as serious. But still, if I could remember to do that, it would definitely make my life easier. Yeah, I highly recommend that, what Wavy is saying there. Now, what you're doing as you go over this mini, okay, we're going to mix some more. Now we've got this area here that we can match it to, right? So we're just going to pull a little bit of that down. Now, remember, this is, right here, this is the Vermilion by Vallejo, fortified with the ink. We already mixed that together right there. And then we take in the yellow. That's the Lemon Yellow by Reaper. You want to get that same color close to it before you add your white. Don't mix with your good brushes like the captain does. You'll ruin your brushes. If you end up mixing with your brush, always pull the direction of the hairs. Don't go against it. Okay. Latest on the brushes is testing phase. Right now we have to test them all. So like that's what I'm doing is trying all the brushes. And I have to basically use them and find out. Hello, Dylan Bauer. Oh, that's a good idea too, Scooter. You write the colors down. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, the latest and greatest is just testing them. Right now we're in the testing phases. So that's what I'm doing is I'm trying to see how long does it take me. I treat my brushes pretty good. So how long does it take me to wear out the brush, change the brush? Will it continue to paint the area I want it to paint the way I want it to paint? And I thought they were going to be sending me another couple of testers, but I haven't seen anything in the mail, so I have to call them back. But that's where we're at. For absolutely sure, I have 2 brushes that they had sent me. I'm going to mix a little bit of this with the yellow and no white. No white in that. And then I'm going to thin that and create a glaze from it. As we move away from the light, I like to kind of thin it up so I can work my layers and get my glow just exactly the level that I want it. So yeah, that's where we are at right now. We shall see what happens. I have the metallic brush that I got. I love it. I definitely got a metallic rubbing brush out of that idea. And then the regular brushes, I'm just working on kind of tuning it in, seeing what I like, what I don't like. The performance is important to me. I don't want to just be like, "Ooh, that's a nice brush," and then like, you know, I decide to settle on that, and then a couple of weeks later, that brush turns to shit. You know, it happens. You can get a brush that you really think you like. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, but it's happened to me. And then like 2 weeks later, it's a shit brush. I'm feeling pretty good about one series of them. Pretty good. I'm really enjoying the ones with the bigger handles. One of those, oh yeah, and one of those I set aside is definitely a wash brush. So for people that want to do washing and glazing in larger areas. What I can't figure out is, that must be, hang on. They seem to be responding really well to the brush cleaner that I have here, as in its conditioning. They are synthetic. I'm looking to try to go synthetic so that people can have a little more longevity to the brush, and they feel like natural hair, so that's really, really good. The big one that has this big handle on it that I have, I was like that. I actually hadn't thought of it. At first I didn't like it. And then after I used it for a while, I realized, wait a minute, this brush would make an absolutely perfect brush for glazing or if you wanted to wash. So that one's working out pretty good for me. This one worked out really good for metallic rubbing. I was pretty happy with that one. So that's two, but those are technical brushes. So I'm looking for the always use it brush, and I don't really think I'm going to settle actually on this one because of the fact that I'm really leaning hard towards this one. These two. Their handles are a little bit small, but one of the things that we were talking about is that we are going to address the handles later. So now I'm taking this the very, very thin layer of the glaze and getting up here into the helmet area. This is the one that does not really have the white on it, and I'm just kind of glazing some of this color in. So we're going to get some of the glow from this on his helmet, but not necessarily like just really dark. We want to make it lighter, very, very thin, so that it has that appearance of dissipating from the source of the light. And when you're doing OSL, that's one of the things you want to do is the object to the OSL is that your light moves. You have your source, and then the light moves away from the source. So you see how that's working? Now, tinting. So say we've got this thing here that he's wearing, and we don't want it to be like purely white. We just kind of want to tint. That's a very, very, very thin layer just to tint that white, okay? Just because it probably would not be white in this environment. So I just give it a little tint, and you can come back in with your highlights and whatnot and fix that. But now you'll notice if you look at him, the difference in what you get here. We probably can do a little bit on this glove here. There we are. We've got the inside. Look at that. Look at that glove. That glove really did its job. Now, on the parts that are the very top, much like you would a white highlight, you just pull that color to that peak point to get that, and you're gonna do that all over. Let's put a glaze on this. A little glow going on here. Well, hello, Kraken. How are you doing? How's things, mate?
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Oh, thank you so much for that follow. We do appreciate it. Those numbers help us all the way around. For anybody who is not subscribed to my YouTube, please on the YouTube, you guys. Really, it's working its way up. It's really doing it. And I really appreciate it. I do believe we broke that 500 on YouTube, I think. Oh, doesn't that always feel right? That always feels terrible when you go back to work after you've been off for a while. Thank you, Mistress Navaya, for your follow. I greatly appreciate that, and welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We're doing some OSL right now. We're actually doing a study in black and white, and then he is on Mars. So we're developing the glowy part of the Mars experience here. We've got some little areas here that as I move away, now I removed the white from this yellow and vermilion. I removed the white so that we could glaze the yellow into the areas that are farther away. That yellow-orange that we mixed, I'm glazing it into the areas that are farther away or hidden a little bit, just so we can get some little pops. Little pops. See these little pops? These little pops help the eye. They really do. So what are you new follows up to today? I love that you came and followed. New people on board is always a good thing. As the crew grows, so do the projects. All right, now let's see about getting this. We've got this fortified vermilion. All right, we're gonna thin that a little bit over here. Right. Oh, Luke, are you still out there, mate? I repositioned the palette cam. Hold on. There we go. I repositioned the palette cam. Sort of. Trying to. It's got a little bit of a weird arm on it. There we go. Hold on. I wanted to know if it was more real estate that you wanted to give it, or if you just want more of the paint where I'm mixing so everybody is seeing what I'm mixing. I'm guessing it's number 2. So on the lower parts, I'm sorry, they're not lower, they're upper. I will go in with a little bit of that vermilion fortified with the ink. And I'm gonna hit the darker areas, but it's gonna warm them up. I will come back in here with another color here in a moment. Right now, I'm gonna go over all the little wrinkles with this. It's gonna warm and deepen. Some areas you've got these larger shadows, and what I'm going to do that are actually this color, and I'm going to glaze this color in those areas. When you are doing an area that has a V, start at the V, unless you want the shadow to accumulate right there in the V. So otherwise, drag out of it and lift your brush as you drag, and you won't get that little droplet of paint that the end of the brush likes to leave behind. If you want that area to be dark and you want the shadow to build up in there, then move towards it, because where you're moving towards, that's gonna help your brush deposit a little paint there. But you're gonna see, so as glazing takes a lot of patience, okay? I'm just saying, it really does. It's my favorite way to do OSL, and for me personally, I find that it gives me a better OSL product than when I'm just like using, the paints need to be thinned and glazed to get that light variable, you know, to make it look like it's light. Coming in here with a little bit of that yellow that is the glow color, with a little bit of the one that has a little bit of white in it. And I'm hitting these again because that extra layer is really gonna smooth out the whole appearance. Just you wait. there. And you can, you'll be, this glow, any minute, this glow should just like totally start popping right out at you.
Gives them a
You
satisfaction
pick out little
they
areas
couldn't
that
get
you
any other
can
way.
see. You might be able to build that little glow. You know, that kind of stick out maybe a little bit farther. Like a knee. Side of a boot. Glowing. Oh. Oh, thank you so much. Let's see. Oh, okay, it does. So really it was just the whole palette you wanted to see, right? My mixing is a little off cam. And we are special effects so you can get in nice and close on those mixes. Okay. So the camera needs to be, hold on. Don't get seasick, guys. I tend to use the side of the palette, I think is the problem too, Luke, is that there we go. Okay, so now right where we're mixing. Okay. So I tend to mix my colors on the edges because the edge holds it. I don't like to scrub with my brushes and the edge keeps the paint from getting away, so I'm a big fan of that. I mean, I just need to know this for when I'm actually going in and cutting videos. Like, not right now. We're not going to use this for anything. But when I go to cut videos, I wanted to kind of like find out from you what was the perfect placement so that I was on course there. So we're coming in and building those little highlights on the side that this is the clear now. This is the one that does not have the white in it. And we're building the fadeaway with the glaze here. I'm going to glaze this handle so that it gets some glow going on. You'll notice the glow start to happen. The white, when you use the one with the white, it really helps the glow bounce a little more. Do you see how intense that is? Right? So what I did was I added a little bit of white to the first layer that I put over it. As in when I mixed it, this color over here, this kind of orangey peachy color. And then when I put the glaze over it, which is the, it's the Vermilion Vallejo and fortified with the Vermilion ink, okay? And then I mix it with that lemon yellow to create a glaze. And that glaze is super intense and sunny. And then I will thin that, adding a little bit more of the vermilion to it. I will thin it and then move up away from where the glow is. So you'll notice that as we move up, we want to kind of dissipate the glow, okay? And we'll do another layer of that, but it's better to do a couple of layers than it is to like get in here and just get all really crazy and thick. Also, you don't want brush strokes. And as it moves up the pole, it will dissipate. It's the same thing on the flag. Now the flag is going to work really cool because you guys are actually, the flag being bigger, you'll be able to kind of see the example. But you can see how that changes like the glowing effect. Now we do need a little bit more of that like right along here. Notice that I've kind of got the corners picked out for the glow, like a highlight. Now we should probably get some of that vermilion that we mixed and thin that a little and get in here and get some of these areas around this other glove so we can get the glow effects real strong like we have it on the other side. Also, this side is a little farther away from the subject, so this side is going to be more of a dissipated vermilion than it will be that really bright yellow vermilion because of how it all falls. And what we want is to make sure that the pants are kind of tying in with the glove, and that's going to be like the next goal. Now you've got this hose, and that's a really interesting subject there because it's a pain in the ass. It's one of those corrugated guys, right? Let me just get this right here. I want to make sure that we keep our, looks like I touched it. There we go. Gonna keep our glow going. Well, hello, Fracture, and welcome back aboard. How have you been? How have you been? Been a minute since I've seen you. Okay, so now we've got, like, you know, we also you'll notice, okay, the other thing, and you may want to know this. Like I broke up. It's not completely smooth, like just smooth color, one color, smooth, right? There's different colors in here that are catching different levels of light as he's walking. And the reason for that is to give it that lifelike kind of moving effect. Oh, yes. Oh, coffee. I finished my coffee. It got cold. I have to drink my coffee from a straw right now because my morning coffee has like all the butter and the grease and the coconut oil and cocoa butter and all that in it. I get coffee on my face. I have grease all over my face. Ooh, some 3D. That should be good fun. Let's get a little bit of that glaze and give these gloves a little bit of love on the back side here. It's in the back, but still we want to get a little bit more glow going. Okay, so now at this point you've got such a good glow developed that in reality we can use the shadows to bring the glow, to bring the shadows down. Just a few areas, just kind of touch them up, and it's going to make it look even more intense. So we're going to leave it, okay? Just leave that. And we're going to work on this backpack for a little bit. Hey, Troll, how's it going? Okay, Hatter, I'll see you in a little bit then, my friend. So the backpack is the bottom portion was the dissipated vermilion, right? And we need to build the vermilion to match the pants first. What are you up to this morning, Troll? Boy, I've been busy, I tell you what. We're going to follow that same example that we did last time, right? And you want to kind of lighten up your stroke as we're moving up the backpack. I let the brush get a little bit of the paint kind of used up on it. And then I just really lightly, those butterfly kisses, always remember those butterfly kisses, okay? Butterfly kisses, and then like, look, up here as we get up to the top, we're just going to like take a little bit of this and like just catch a few of these areas, these little wrinkles. We want to catch that right there. A little bit on some of these, but not all. Like that corner right there that's poking out, that'd probably be a little bit, get a little bit of vermilion on it. And real lightly. And as it comes around the corner, probably not as much. And then as it's right here behind his back, maybe a little bit right there. Maybe a little bit right there. A little bit right here, maybe. Like so. Just getting a wee bit of that reflection because he is wearing white and he is standing on Mars. So there's going to be a lot of this going on. Then you're going to come back in and catch a few areas that are a little bit farther away, as if maybe there was a little bit more of that vermilion built up there. And we're definitely going to get that vermilion built up down here. I'm going towards the bottom because the bottom is definitely going to be a lot stronger in its appearance, okay? And it basically, the extra paint will collect right along that ridge, which is definitely going to be your stronger point. That's a wet brush. The paint was just a wee bit overwhelming, so I got the brush wet and spread the extra paint. If you get that brush wet real quick. Oh, sorry guys.
No good, I can't maneuver.
Thank you,
Stay
Dave.
on target.
We're too close.
Stay on target.
If you get that brush wet real quick, you can get in here and you can spread that out before it's too late. You can also pick up a little extra with a wet brush. You do want to kind of get a little bit of this kind of into the shadow area in a glaze, because it's going to be a little bit coming up underneath of his arms there for sure. There we go. Getting some real, now on an edge that sticks out like this, you're always going to get a really good portion of the glow, because it's coming straight up underneath of it. So you're going to get a little bit more glow on an area that's got a flat surface like that. And then we're going to like get right along that edge and kind of do these little guys, little raised guys. And a lot of times I just use the edge of the brush for that. Right? So, but as I'm moving up, it looks like the paint is getting thinner, but really what I'm doing is I'm lifting the brush away from the subject as I move up or away, and that is a lighter stroke. That lighter stroke creates thinner paint. Without actually, I mean, the paint's thinned, but now I want it thinner, but rather than going on the palette and just making it like super watery thin and coming back in and doing a glaze like that, I will lift the brush away as I drag it. And so then we get a little bit more of an effect like this. Now we're going to come in here and we're going to get that, that peachy color that we're building the reflections with, right? And we're going to come in here. Of course, we're going to get this edge right here. I've got it in a glaze form right now. I don't want to be too much. I want to kind of gauge how much of this I'm getting on here and where I put it. Right there. Yeah. Do you see the glow start to build? Watch it build. Okay. Coming in here, we're getting this little peach. This is the peachy color, the one that I've got a little bit of white in. So that's the vermilion based paint, the ink vermilion, a little bit of plain white, and a little bit of lemon yellow to get this color. And I'm going to go right along the edge here, right where it catches on that little little ledge of backpack. And then I'm going to very gently and really lightly kind of move up the backpack, but I'm really touching lightly, okay? And the reason I'm going towards the bottom of the backpack is so that the majority of the paint, when my brush picks up, will land at the bottom of the backpack and not up here, where I'm trying to get that smooth transition and blend. Then once I've used most of the paint on the brush, I will come up here when I've just got the tiniest little bit of paint left on the brush, and I can make a super thin glaze, and then I will just kind of glaze some of this bright color right up in here. Here. Little bit left over on the brush. We just want that to be a really light. We want to build that very gradually, so you're getting that gradual. Okay, Dave. Now we're going to come here to go in underneath, right? And these areas that are, we're going to do these areas that are kind of pointing out, as in like, they look like they're a little heavier is what it looks like. It's sort of the dumpy part of his backpack. And we want to pull towards those high areas, like so. You see how that's working? Then on the sides, we're going to kind of pull right down around the sides. Take the excess off the brush. So we just got a little bit so that we can just kind of glaze our way up a little bit. Actually getting a little bit of the areas that are a little more white to kind of break up the monotony of one solid color. Nothing is actually one solid color. On these corners, we can really get them good. Come back in for a little bit more. Get this side over here. Excess off the brush and move up a little bit of a glaze. Dancing, learning to dance with your brush is actually really important. When you move the brush around and let the brush do its job, don't scrub forward and backward. Always go with the flow of the brush. But when you move it around and you're adding the paint, you will start seeing that the paint blends better. And the human eye sees things in movement, in variations of color. Like if you look at my blouse is, or my shirt is white, but at the same time it's got like all this gray in there and soft brown, like ivory in there. And it's because the shadows, the wrinkles, the disproportionate areas to, if you try to make something like all perfectly proportioned and smooth, then it starts to look static. So there becomes kind of like this flat look to it. So in order to avoid that, you need to come in and add different colors to add movement. And if you want to create light motion, you definitely need to come in with highlights in variations. If you think about fires are like a really good way of thinking about it, because fire has all these colors. Like painting fire is one of my favorites, and it is like seriously a beautiful challenge. Oh my goodness, you guys. Let's get some hype in the channel. Holy cow. Oh, I've been out here for 2 years waiting for you. Oh my gosh, thank you for the follows. Thank you so much for that raid. Oh my God, I am so honored. I love your work. Hi. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for popping in here. Oh, I am so honored. I'm so honored, Bush. I'm so honored. Wow. Oh. Hello, you guys. Welcome aboard. I am Captain Madlove. We are working with black and white, a study of black and white on Mars, which creates an OSL effect. I'm so glad that you could join me this morning. Well, tell her I said thank you. I lurk in your channel frequently. I absolutely love your work. I'm a huge fan. I'm really honored that you're in here. Tell your wife I said thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys, thank you so much for these follows. Call me Captain Madlove. You've stepped aboard our ship, and we are doing, as you can see, we are doing some OSL glow effects this morning. I hope everybody is well and that you've had your coffee. Thank you so much for all these follows. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bush. Thank you. Oh, can you phonetic your name for me? Is it not Bush? Or C not? Or Bush? Which one do you like to be called? I actually don't know which one to use. Hello, Alexa. Hello, Cole. C not Bush. Okay, C not Bush. Welcome, welcome aboard. I'm glad that you like it. We're working him up. I'm showing people how to build the different values of what an OSL will create and how it dissipates away from the main. Since he's standing on Mars, being Mars is where the OSL is coming from, the lighting. Mars is the object. And I'm showing them how it dissipates as it comes up the body and how to build that glow so that you can get that that pop from like a warm glow. In this case being Mars, it's supposed to be warm. Hello, Silex. Welcome aboard. Welcome, Copper. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you for all the follows. Cannot brush. You just do the models. You do, but oh my gosh, I don't know. I've seen your work. I'm serious. I am a huge fan. I am so glad that your wife found me. Thank you. Thank you very much, you guys. I hope that you find yourselves comfortable here. We are a crew of pirates. We are free and funny and crazy. This is Technical Tuesday. This is a little different than some of our other streams. For all of you that came in Raiders, if you would do me the greatest favor and push that little icon that has my name on it, you should not be rerouted to a commercial. You should be able to come right back in, and then you will be an organic viewer, and that will help the follows greatly. And such a big group. I'm so thrilled. Anybody who wants to give a girl, toss a subscription to my YouTube. I am really working on the monetary portion of YouTube. It's a very long road. I need about 500 more followers, so it's a bit, but I think we just broke 500, which was our first goal. So if you guys are willing to do that, the follows on YouTube are totally free, and it would really help the channel out. I so totally appreciate you guys. You have, oh my gosh, you have no idea. Thank you. Thank you, Not Brush. I mean, oh my gosh, not Brush, not, yes, okay.
Welcome aboard the Black
I'm so sorry. I'm such a derp. When I'm a fan, I'm a bit of a derp. I think that you might be one of few out there that I kind of don't talk in your channel or go in there because I'm a derpy fan. Sam Lenz, it took me a long time to be able to talk to Sam Lenz normally. I was always a derp. So I apologize. I do. That's just the way I am. I'm kind of like a fangirl. So I am so honored. Thank you so much for tripping over me. I've thought about rating you so many times, but I'm too embarrassed, believe it or not. Just too embarrassed. Yes, I can talk to Sam now, Lord Zephyrus. I can talk to Sam now. Although I don't know if he surprised me, like popped into the channel and surprised me, if I wouldn't still derp out. I would probably still derp out. I derp out sometimes when I'm talking to him too. But I do pretty good. Well, it's a true honor to have you guys in here. Thank you so much for popping in. We are right now, what we are doing is the Mother Love and Paint Party. So if anybody is interested in getting one of these minis, that can be obtained through Monument Hobbies. They will be available, I think, through June. We do a quarterly Monument Hobby paint-along sort of a deal. In this case, there's another one. It's a female that's on the moon or something. And I chose this guy because I thought this would just make the most incredible little Mars walker. And I still have to do some sort of a base. Accidental funny? Yeah, well, you know. I haven't had any gin. I don't drink the gin. That would be a genuine. Genuine's the gin drinker. A little bit of yellow, you guys. A little bit of yellow. So tiny bit of the white, right? Now we're talking the top white. So the whitest white that you've got, right? And a tiny bit of lemon yellow. And you're gonna make a yellow that is like even whiter than that. We're gonna go whiter than that, okay? Whiter than that, okay? There we go. So you want it to look yellow because we don't want a white reflection. But you want to thin it because you also don't want like just white, because there's not going to be just white. It's just not going to happen. We did get a shout out, didn't we? You guys are all following Not Brush, right? I mean, I can't imagine that you wouldn't be. He has such a huge following. If you are not following him, oh my God, you guys are in for a big surprise. Seriously, you need to get your butt over there and check that out, because I lurk. I have a hard time talking if I'm a fangirl, because I just say dingbatty stuff. And so I try not to be a dingbat for the most part. So if you guys are not following him, please go over there and give him a follow. You will not be disappointed when you pop in. So what's your latest work? What are you working on? I'm so interested. I haven't, I've been really busy and I haven't been able to make it. I can't even lurk right now because my hands are so full. We have family coming into town. So it's been a wee bit crazy. Now I am picking out high points, really high points, you guys, to create the glints. So it's a spacesuit, and it is highly possible that it is probably not made out of, you know, it's probably going to be like a more reflective kind of a fabric. So watch this happen. I'm picking these areas out. This is a super light white and it's thinned. And then what we're going to do is pick out the high points, right? Where this glow is coming in. Remember, move towards the rise. Move towards the area you want the highlight. So look, highlight right here. So we're going to move towards the highlight, right? And towards the highlight. See how that did? Like made a little, see that? Right? So same thing right here. So towards the highlight, towards the highlight. Towards, watch. See it? So you're touching very lightly when you first lay the brush down, and then you'll get a little more weight to the brush as you move towards the highlight, because that's where you want it to drag a little bit more paint. So see, highlight, right? Colleen. Oh, is our arc, ooh. I can't, oh my God, he's fast too. Wow. So you guys go over and go please. So we got a shout out. Did we get a shout out for Not Brush? Please go over and give him a follow. I am serious, you guys, crew, you will be so impressed. Wait till you see that. Someday I'm going to paint something that he creates. That's one of my goals in my miniature painting career. I desire to paint something that he has created. It's like, it's actually one of my check boxes. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Have a beautiful day. And I will, if there are pictures of that, I will bring something of his up and show everybody. Oh, okay. Let's do that. You guys, you got to see. You've got it. If you haven't seen this, oh my gosh. You got to see this. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Where? I don't believe I have the internet up on this. Hang on. I don't think he has the internet up for me. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Yay. Okay, guys. Yeah. Hang on just a minute. My computer's a little bit, oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I haven't been in there in a minute. Let me show you guys, hang on just a minute, and I will show you guys. It's so beautiful, beautiful, hang on. Let me focus in on that for you. Hold on just a minute. Oh, boo, hold on. There it is. And let me move that over for you guys. There we go. And I think, will it make, oh, it will make the picture. Oh yeah, so you guys can see it. Seriously though, okay, so he is, it's manually hand sculpted. If you have not been to see this, oh, you guys are in for a big surprise. Have you experienced this, this person, Bronze? This is another one of my, I have a hard, I just can't talk when I go in there because I get totally derpified. I'm just a complete derp. Isn't it beautiful? This is by hand. It's crazy. And they're huge. Like seriously, some of them are like over 2 feet tall. Oh my gosh, me too. I want someday to paint one of his works. Isn't that mind-blowing? It's mind-blowing. I know, right? Captain Pug, hello? Captain to Captain. It's crazy. It's crazy, Raven. It's like, and even he did a Spider-Man once. And even Spider-Man, I was like completely and utterly amazed. I was like, oh my God, he's sculpting Spider-Man. It's like, whoa. I know, right? I haven't seen Gandalf, Zephyrius. I haven't seen Gandalf. Wait, he gives his work away? Oh, look at this guy. Oh, I know. I've watched him. He does. He makes it look really, really easy. And I'm telling you what. I took sculpting for a while at a local college. And... oh, does he paint too? Captain Fug, does he paint? Insanity. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my God, I've never seen him painting. In all the times that I've come in, Cole, I've never seen him painting. Isn't it? Oh, his textures are out there amazing. It is. I really liked clay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he does give away his work. That's way long gone. And he has a really nice beard too. He takes, like, he uses really good. So, oh, wait now. So he painted this then. Wow. Those barnacles are just crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh, see? Unbelievable. See, wow. I've just never seen him painting. What a trip. For 2 years I've been streaming and I've never caught him painting. This is amazing. So much talent. It's insane. Oh, wow. Hi, Vivi. You're being so good today. I know, right? It's just, wow, he's so fast. Look at all this work. It's insane. Just crazy. Okay, I want to show you. There, he's really handsome. He's so handsome. Oh, man. Hi, Dark Side. Oh, my goodness. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Thank you. We got a raid from Notbrush, and we were looking at his work. Thank you very much, Blade Mark. I appreciate it. Oh, this is magnifying. It comes with 4 different lenses, too. Brett Watson. I'm getting a new one because this one actually, for me, what works really good though, for me, it hurts my head because I wear it on my hair all the time. But if you get a little hat like this, it really protects it really good. Darkside, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, mate. Seriously. I'm going to be able to order more paints. I got to order some paints and some supplies for our terrain. We're testing terrain. No, she's doing much better. She is glaring at me. She doesn't like the new schedule, you guys. She doesn't like the new schedule. I want to show you something. Let me show you something that I popped in when he was making. Oh my God, here he is. Here he is. Oh. Oh, be still my heart. Now what I want to know is where his work goes. Because this was supposed to come to my house and it didn't. I'm just saying. Oh, Kitty Rin, it's nice to see you. Welcome aboard, all Raiders. Welcome aboard, and thank you so much for popping in. Yeah, I'm telling you, Colleen, I think they made a mistake in the delivery because I was watching, and it was supposed to come to my, and I paid attention. UPS was supposed to deliver it. It never showed up, and I'm just gonna have to talk to him about that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's insane. It's like seriously though. So I was born in the year of the dragon.
I'm a special monkey.
Oh really? Oh, wait. You're too scared, Pug, to ask. I know. I can't imagine. I want to ask, but I'm scared too. I am. That's your commission, Colleen. Oh my gosh. Is it really scary to commission him? Is it super scary? The price? Oh, I remember this guy. Yeah, I want to show you guys something else. Okay, one more. Just let me show you one more because, you know, I always like it when you can get the feel of the body. Hold on. So first of all, this one's super cute. You know how I'm all about starting everybody young. Start them young, I say. Now that's what you call really starting them young. I love it. Absolutely love it. Let's see this. This was like a really big deal for me because it just had so much life to it. Like it's not even painted yet and it has all this life to it. Yeah, I didn't figure he did. No, I didn't. I'm scared to. I'm scared to, Colleen. No way. So the two that you commissioned are the ones that I like. That's a trip. We have something in common. That's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I love this one. I love this one. I think the armor, you know, it's got that realistic, that kind of like a WoW, World of Warcraft, big, bulky, but it's more realistic. Yeah. I do not know. Oh, you know, yeah. Okay. All right, you guys. I could be here all day. Seriously. Oh my gosh. All day. Absolutely lovely. Let us go back to my... Now, you know what? After that, my painting looks so mediocre. But the technique is solid. You practice that technique, you'll totally get it. I know, right? Palooka, right? That's so you. But you're following. You're following. CNOT, aren't you, Palooka? I'm sure you are. Like everybody in our community knows him. She's. Ooh, Colleen. If you have a link, just pop it right in the chat. So anybody else too that's out there, if you're a streamer and you want to share your deets with everybody, please. I am not able to click on your name and follow you in the chat. So if you want me to give you a follow because you might want me to look at your work, then you'll need to DM me on Tuesdays. And if you'd like to put your deets in the channel, please feel free to do so. Okay? On Tuesdays, we share in the channel. Colleen, if you'd like to put a link to that Bad Mama Jamma so everybody can take a look at it, you're more than welcome to do so.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Day 50. Woo! Thank you so much for all these follows. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Oh my gosh. Wow. What an honor. I feel so complimented. I am so complimented. You have no idea. For 2 years, I've been streaming. And whenever I see him streaming, I think to myself, I wonder if he knows I'm alive. I would sure love to be just rated by him one day. And I had to be painting this. I would have loved to have been painting something really epic, Colleen. Like, ooh, like this. Maybe. Everybody loves a little Star Wars. Everybody loves a little Star Wars. But, yeah. But this is a really good study in OSL, so I can't complain. And I always tell everybody, don't knock your own work. Don't knock your own work. Welcome back, Dave. What's going on, man? All right. So back to our study, guys. Basically, we're studying he's walking on Mars, and what I'm showing everybody is that, you know, when you're doing OSL and you just do that static color, like just glaze over that, and you wonder to yourself why it looks like it's not moving or why it doesn't look like, you know, what you want it to look like, because you're just not getting that vibrant glow from your OSL that you want. It's because you're probably just using one solid color and then just painting it static. And so that's not how the human eye sees it. The human eye sees all the colors and then makes them into the colors that you're seeing in a way. And so by bringing something, when you look at a wall is just painted one solid color and it kind of looks flat. It's sort of thinking about it like that. Items have, oh my goodness. Orchrist is rating us. Speak of another talented artist. Oh, you guys. If you are not following Orchrist, everybody, right now is your chance to follow Orchrist. How are you, my friend and my mate? Orchrist has been working on some amazing pieces lately, you guys. Oh my goodness. What a popular Tuesday we have. What a popular Tuesday. Yes, I know. Where? And we have Green Art of Colors out there, and he is going to be joining us in our Patreon this month. Oh my God, you guys, for a masterclass. You are going to be in for a big surprise. He's painting that new Drakari. Orchrist, it's Tuesday. You want to shout your never mind. Thank you, Dave. All right, so right now I am mixing again that peachy color that we're using to pump the volumes. We've got to get just the right balance of vermilion. That's why over here I'm kind of keeping it to match the color up. You want to get that kind of peachy orange, but you want it to have a very significant amount of the yellow, because the yellow is what is creating our glow as we move forward. The reason we add a little bit of white to this, okay, is because when we glaze over it with the mixture of the lemon yellow and the vermilion, that's where that glow comes from. So we take the white to create a little bit of an underglow. That's just the yellow and the white there. Now you'll notice I did that, and that is to build an even higher highlight to kind of make things move. Yes, you don't want to miss that class. It's going to be good fun, you guys. We are challenging him to the peaks of his being. He's going to try to paint that Drakari in 2 hours, and if he doesn't, then we are going to punish him by chaining him to the deck and making him finish it. You better take your nap, mate. You better take your nap. So we come along here, and we're going to get all these little areas. This is the tiniest bit of white mixed in the yellow to get a little bit of these higher highlights, but not purely white, because it makes no sense when he is standing on Mars that he would have plain white highlights, right? So we do them like that to make them glow. Scale Model Muse. Oh, well, that's actually for our Patreon Scale Model Muse, but I will tell you that we do save those in the Patreon in a file in our Patreon, so that people can sometimes it's hard to keep up, and so I like to keep them in there so that people that are our Patreons can sit down and watch it, pause it, watch a little bit more, pause it. That way they can slow it down, or they can work with us while we're doing it, and if they don't finish, they get to go back, watch it over again, and then they can, you know, pick up where they left off. It makes it a little bit easier on people to actually get it down. But we are doing a master class in intermediate tabletop painting. Thank you so much for those follows, you guys. Again, we're just building. You'll notice I'm taking this little bit of yellowish white and I'm kind of putting it in some areas that are really high. It's nice to have a new face scale model. I'm always down for new faces in the crowd. Do you paint minis? Anybody out there, if you'd like to get into the chat and tell me like what you paint, share your deets. Please feel free to share your deets. And anybody who is out there, if you're not following Orcrist Gaming, Orcrist Gaming, Orcrist. Is it gaming? Why did I think gaming? It is Orcrist Gaming. That's not Orcrist Painting. Orcrist Gaming. You guys, maybe go give him a follow, and definitely CNOT Bush, if you're not following him, you totally want to go follow him. He's a sculptor and he's amazing. Sales! The primer that I prefer to use, Sales, is definitely Stynylrez. There's a lot of people that are wanting me to try this other brand that I'm going to give a wing because I do use their paints. That is the Monument primer. But I have to tell you, I've been through a lot of primer, and I'm very, very satisfied with the performance of the Stynylrez. Also, the adhesion factor. Like, it just really makes the paint stick to the minis really good. And then, let's see. So I do that, and then I do a little bit of zenithal on this one. I did a little bit of zenithal. Oh, that's wonderful, Scale. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Excellent. Yeah, I love, like, when people, we have a crew member that left the hobby for 24 years and then came back. Made me very happy. I was like, yes. And we do a little bit of zenithal before we come in with this. And then this is a study in black and white. Yes, I love the Stynal too. Color of the prime, Sales. White. We did white because his suit is white. So normally I prime in gray or black, okay? But in this instance, like these guys, so here's this is just plain primer, plain primer. But because we're gonna do this, so we're gonna do this, right? So if I did this black, it would be a lot of layers of white, you know, to get it covered. So when I'm doing something, and we've been doing a lot of white lately, we've been studying white. I've been showing people, we're actually doing another study in white. Here we're doing this is a warm white with OSL, okay? So object source lighting. This is warm white. We're doing a warm white on this guy. We just started him, okay? And we're just building the shadows. What this is this is what I call a shadow sketch, okay? Where you take a much lighter color that is not even gonna be the shadow color, and you put it on there in all the areas that you will be building the shadows, okay? Oh, I'm so glad you're back, Scale. That's wonderful to hear. That's wonderful to hear. Yeah, so then let's see. We have, hold on just a minute. We have example here. So this is a cool blue. So this guy is a cool blue. These are studies in white that we've been doing. I've been helping people. Yellow is probably coming next. So right now we're working on why their white looks off. And so really it has a lot to do with the shadows. It can be confusing. Like, should I just put a pasty gray shadow in there, or what do I do for shadowing? And so this is a blue study, a study in white with blue. This is cool. As in, not a cool mini, but, you know, cool. Yes, exactly. Thin layers of shadowing. Now, what I didn't like about this guy was that I decided to make the bodysuit underneath blue. It doesn't look bad. It's just that I didn't particularly love that. Excuse me, guys. It's like allergy season. So this guy is the cool. This is a neutral. He leans a little bit towards cool, but it's kind of a warm gray. But if you were to put him up next to the guy that we're painting right now, here we go. Then all of a sudden you notice how much cooler he looks. But if you put him up next to the guy that's blue, so he's what we call neutral tone. So I was showing everybody the different ways that you can build up a Hoth soldier with it. He's my favorite. He really is. Like, I really liked this one. I dig him. And then we have a bunch. So we're gonna do one in cool, and then I've got another one here, and he's gonna be, one in warm, and then a neutral, and then a cool. So I could show everybody kind of like how those guys develop that. And then this guy is like super warm, right? So we're talking Mars here, and so this is because we've added this OSL. So we started with the study in white, and then all the areas that we leave as the highlighted areas, we build those areas into our highlights and our glow. And, that dissipating effect. And you know what? Actually, Geek is the one that's the total Star Wars nerd, and he would know what that is. And now I want to see a Hoth soldier. Let me show you something really cool, Sales. Do you like the Star Wars? This is my very, very favorite guy. This was like one of my favorite guys to paint, and I love. Okay, so don't mind the varnish. I was learning about the different varnishes, so I'm not fond of the shiny varnish on his skin. But we're just pretending that he's sweating and call it good. He does, Zephyrius. But I absolutely let me show you his backpack up close, Sales. It's like really, I love his little backpack. Yeah, I like most of mine in matte, and I do them all by hand. Here's another guy. This guy, he has a brother somewhere, looks just like him in my collection. And he actually took a medal at Dragonfall. I entered this little guy in just a single miniature. It was so weird because, I brought all my favorites kind of with me. And he has a brother, and his brother got entered in that contest. And he took a medal. Silver, actually. This jacket was a little too shiny for me. The red shirts. They're the red shirts. So we do regularly, one of the things that I'm going to start doing here is I like the simple base that is a frame. So basically the base just adds a little piece to your story, but it's not overdone, And so these guys, I decided I was going to put them all in the desert a little bit, like a desert terrain kind of a thing. And so all their bases also matched. Also, so they weren't sci-fi bases. A lot of people did the sci-fi bases, and I just kind of, but thank you very much. These rocks, I will get some more and show people how to make them. So I have a way that I color the rocks like a color that I want so that they match the environment I'm putting them in. And I just buy these white driveway rocks. They're little in bags from the hardware store, and then I colorize them. I also do a kind of a special thing with the sand where I actually use contrast paint to seal the sand to the bases and get the colors I want on the sand. I think I went a little dark with the shadow on his. I'm not too sure, but I think I did. Oh, here, I always forget to show him. I'm not so proud of him because his sword is all weird. You better feed that cat. But that's our Darth. I know, and I've tried everything. It doesn't, on the plastic he's made out of, nothing, absolutely nothing works. Put these guys back in their safe place, you guys. Don't want them to happen to them. They are Geeks, little babies. All right, and we'll get back to this OSL. So for everybody that popped in that wasn't here while I was building all of this, let me go ahead and do what I did to everything else. We're working the backpack up right now. OSF? Captain Pug? What is OSF? Oh, OSL. OSL, Object Source Lighting. Thank you, Zephyrius. Yes, so there's an object, and it's creating a special type of light, whether it's white or whatever. It can be a color. In this case, he's walking on Mars, and Mars is reflecting this light up his white jumpsuit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys that came in on the flag, because we've already kind of built this up a ways. We're at a certain point, and so rather than picking up on this right now, I can show you on the flag, because we haven't done the flag yet, how this is achieved. So let me focus in on the flag for you and get a little bit bigger brush. So I have a Vermilion Vallejo paint here, and you'll see my palette is over here. I have a Vermilion Vallejo paint here. That's this one. And over here in this little ink cup is Vermilion ink. And I fortify the paint with the ink to get more, first of all, I want it to be more translucent, and I want it to be brighter. And so I fortify it with ink, and then I thin it, which is this right here. And when the very first coat that we add for the area that we are doing the OSL is that mixture, and it is thin. I take the excess off the brush on a paper towel, and I will add a glaze, just kind of looking at where I want it. And I'm going to move towards the bottom of the flag in this case, because the bottom of the flag is going to be where I want the majority of the reflection, because this is closest to the object. Take more excess off, and then I'm going to kind of pull down, touching lightly. I'll come around here and get a little bit there. And then I'm going to kind of use the side of the brush as a glaze and sort of move it up, but be very light about it. I'll rinse the brush off, and just with a wet brush, I will kind of fade that glaze up the flag, so that the flag kind of gets a little bit of a vermilion thing going on all over it. Make sure we get this area here. I'll even take it up to into the shadows a little bit. So you kind of get a bit of a pink hue. Well, hello, Green Eyes. Like a wash. Yes, Sales, like a wash, but it is a glaze. So you're not just going to put this all over the mini or anything. You're going to glaze a thin layer, and what you're going to do, now a wash is sort of an even tone, like a filter, over a whole area. In this case, you are actually going to thin it as you go up the flag, and you are going to pull it towards the bottom to get more of the color towards the bottom. Yes, I tried that, Sales. I've tried everything. I can't, and anything else. The only last one that I haven't tried is the boiling water, and I feel like if I stick my Darth Vader in boiling water, his paint will peel off. How are you doing, Green Eyes? You can't stay. You're dealing with a little one. You want to put a hi, honey? Hi. Oh, you're so welcome. And I want to talk to you about doing our co-stream. We need to talk. So if you could reach out to me in Discord, that would be great, so we can connect and figure out what we're going to do and when we want to do it. We have a celebration. We have an anniversary. Yes, we do. And my stream anniversary too. My stream anniversary. I'm over 2 years. I thought we could make some sort of a celebration. So now we're going to take that color a little thicker. You want to take the excess off, and you want to kind of get where it's closer to the object here. And then I'm going to rinse the brush off, and I'm going to take that, and I'm going to just kind of smear. I'm dragging the color up, And as I go up, I will lighten the brush stroke so that it thins and creates a gradient. I'm going to put a little bit of this in some of the shadows. You want to drag the direction where you want the majority of it to fall. So in this case, down. I'm going to come back with another color for the shadows. Take the excess off on a paper towel, and we're going to kind of get some little bit of vermilion shadows built up in here. Yes, and we're going to be painting squiggles. You go put the baby to bed. Congratulations, you guys, on... Hey, by the way, you guys, everybody who's in here, do you know Studio J? So Studio J just made a Twitch partner. If you guys don't know Studio J, you should definitely go give him a follow. He has a lot of good information for you guys. Again, putting a little extra color and dragging it down so that we get more of that color at the bottom. You'll notice it starts to create this gradient. You kind of want to get the tip right here a little more vermilion than anything else. Taking that extra off. I'm using the side of the brush to give a little bit of a vermilion glow to the sides and to soften that up there a little bit. Kind of get that in the shadow a little bit. And now you'll notice that you've got these reflections. We can probably come along here and get a little bit right there, which I will actually come back and alter that color. But now you'll notice it's kind of got this movement going on. Yes, and definitely give Green Eyes Creations a follow. If I can get a shout out for Green Eyes, if she doesn't, I don't think she will shout out herself. But if someone will shout out Green Eyes, you guys should go give her a follow. She's a co-conspirator in squig painting, so you guys definitely want to pop in there. Now we're gonna do that same thing to the inside. It's a little bit more. Oh, you know what, Sales? Please grab some stuff and come in and paint with us. Technical Tuesdays is an amazing place to be. Thank you for that follow, Scale. So we're going to do that same thing to the inside. It's a little bit more monotonous when you start, but one of the things that you do want to do, if you have small crevices, you guys get yourself a push brush, an ugly brush. Don't push your paint with your good brushes, okay? Because if you do, you ruin the bristles and they don't work the same. Thank you very much, Dave. You guys, if you could go give my wife a follow, that would be great. I appreciate it. Yeah, you guys definitely want to give Green Eyes Creations a follow. She's my sweetie, and she's part of the House of J, Studio J7, who's part of our house. We are a family for sure. So give Studio J7 a follow also, you guys. That way when they're on, because they're on at opposite times as I'm on, and so it's perfect for you guys to go in there and hang out, support part of the family, and learn some new stuffies. So we're gonna, with this, we don't have to actually push the paint up inside of here because the paint is gonna be really thin and low because of what we're doing. But I'm gonna get this in here. That's a little bit much, right? And then I'm gonna pick it up. But I'm using, right now while it's really thin, I'm gonna just kind of get that glow spread up into the flag. And then I'm gonna pick up the extra. I just wanna kind of get a feel of that. I'm gonna take a little bit of this ink and fortify a little bit more paint. And one of the things I'm gonna do here is get these edges. So they're a little, see how they're like really doing the whole orange thing here. Now we will come in here and kind of change that coloration, but this is going to definitely help build. I'm going to take a little yellow and drag it through there to change the color of the edge, right? Want to make sure that we didn't get any of that, like anywhere we didn't want it. There we go. We're going to let that side dry. We're going to come to this side. You need to clean the kitchen. I know. The day off is always a working day, huh? Ooh, a loon. That sounds like fun, Criken. No, don't be intimidated. You go. You go. It's going to be loads of fun. Loads of fun. So we're going to take the lemon yellow. We have a little bit of the vermilion mixed in it, okay? And it's no white. We haven't done the white yet. This is just the glow portion. And we're going to add a little bit of that glow. Take that excess off, okay? Right here. If Simoni's out there, he's like, stop touching. Don't touch it.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
All right. There we go. Okay. See, now we've got kind of a glow. Now we're going to rinse that off. Thank you for that follow, Sales. We're going to rinse that off, and we're going to bring those little areas that kind of where the glow was a little stark, and you're going to just sort of smooth that out. Okay. Right? So we just kind of start, you want to start it a little bit casual. Don't get yourself too excited with it. It's a little bit casual. So you can kind of see, now we're going to take a look. Okay, let's see how we've got this guy is walking like this. So in reality, first of all, they kind of got his flag is blowing. So we're going to need to kind of take that glow and hit right here, because the angle that he's at actually makes this area here a little bit closer to your object. Again, with the plain wet brush, dragging it down and smoothing out the lines so you don't see any lines, and that gradient is nice and smooth. There we go. Now we've got a better picture of what he's doing. Yeah. And this one kind of comes out, so we can totally get a little bit of glow on that. There we go. And then this will still be drying, kind of setting into place here. It's a little bit thin, but not to worry about it. You're going to actually have some shadows that come in here and fix that in a little bit. They know how to cook. Well, I guess you're part of the way there. Part of the way. Battle. Hi, Ufos. How are you? Oh my goodness. I haven't seen you in a minute. All right, so now we've got this flag, and what we're going to do is we're going to come up here, right? Now we're going to get into that cold color, that complementary area farther away from where we're focusing on up here on the top. Remember, we did some cold like down in these little recesses to really give that more volume. We're going to do that same thing to the flag. And so we're going to take a little bit of what is called Payne's Gray. It is an ink. I will show it to you. Everybody should have this on their desk. Absolutely need this in your arsenal. It's so important. That is achievable. By the way, if you just press exclamation point links up on the screen, will come all of my links, which will be my link tree. And you go to my link tree. It does not cost you anything extra to use my link tree, okay? And everything you order from Amazon, if you use my link, you help the ship. Yes. Doesn't cost you. You can buy toilet paper. It doesn't cost you a dime. You just use my link and go through there. You can achieve this through Dick Blick, which I also have an affiliate relationship with. So if you use my Dick Blick link when you bring that up, these are amazing. The other ones that are really amazing, I don't know if any of you guys are in the UK, but so this is called Solar Scarlet. And these are made in Germany, and these are super affordable and work really good. Just to let you know. And they make some colors that you can't quite find. So like I actually have their yellow, even though I have a yellow also by Liquitex and a lemon yellow also. Their yellow has gold in it. It's amazing. Is that amazing? So good. But see, notice, like, look. Okay, so the thing is that, like, not all, they're not. And it's interesting. So I had the Liquitex, right? But to me, right, if you look, you see the difference? Might be hard to see in my lights. This has almost a gold glow to it, almost like there's just the tiniest little speck of orange in it. This one has a more clear yellow appearance to it. So more of a clean lemony yellow. And this one right here, actually, I don't find in many other products. Now, in the UK, they have, I'm working on a relationship with them. They have a company, they're a big distributor, kind of like Dick Blick, but they're in the UK, so your shipping costs you much less. And they carry these at a crazy good price. I haven't tried those yet, Scale, but you know what I do use is the green, oh wait, no, I don't have the candy inks, I have the intensity inks. I like them. Okay, Papu. Oh, you're so welcome. Hopefully you'll come back. I hope you found yourself happy here. And everybody else that popped in from the raid, I hope you find yourself happy here. I really do. Now, normally we stream in the evenings. This is our one morning stream. Tuesday morning is our one morning stream. Our other streams are in the evening. I stream on, well, you could look right there on Twitch. I stream on Friday night is our late night. That's our date night, late night. And I start at 5 and usually go till around 9:30 on a Friday. And then on Sunday is our PJ Sunday. We start at 3 p.m. in the afternoon and usually go until about 7. So generally, I'm an evening streamer, but decided to do a morning stream because the people that were in the UK were asking me if I would consider that. You know, I don't particularly care for them sales. I do think that for people that are like just beginning, that it's I guess a respectable because they're so well priced, but for me, they just do not have enough pigment in them. So I can't really quite wrap my mind around them. I do use them and fortify them on terrain and things. Okay, so we're gonna add a little bit of this glow and then we're gonna clean off the brush on the paper towel. And we're going to pull this in here and just kind of get a little bit of this glow happening.
Welcome aboard the Black.
There we go. Now on the flag, because the flag is smoother. Thank you, Calypso, for that follow. Calypso the Sea Nymph. I really like your name. And you'll notice that we got a bit of that glow build up there. Now, I'm going to add a little bit more vermilion to kind of break it up. This being that the flag is more of the area of the flag is smoother than the area of his wrinkly suit. So in this case, gradients are going to come into play. And I use a wet brush to smooth out the areas that are connecting so that I can get that smooth gradient. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to add some volumes of deep shadow. Okay, so now we're kind of getting the reflection on the OSL on the flag built. Notice that down here by the bottom, I'm going to come in with the one that has the white mixed in it. Remember, this is a very small amount. And we're going to come in here and we're going to use this because we're going to come back and this is going to really pop. All right. So this is where we create the back glow for where we're going to put the most glowy part of this. Okay. Most glowy. That's technical. Glowy. But watch this happen. You see it? There's an area here. I'm smoothing a line. When you see me going back and forth with my brush, I'm using the side of it, not pushing with it. Thank you very much, Calypso. You prefer the Vallejo and the inks. I really do love inks in general. Oh, no, absolutely. You go right ahead. Yeah, so I like the Reaper paints too, except that they have so many colors. I think people end up, you know, just buying every color. And I don't know, if you learn how to mix, then you don't really need like all those colors. But if you don't like to mix, I think it comes in handy. Ooh, about what so you're ready to paint? Oh yeah, it's time to paint. It's totally time to paint. Okay, we're coming in for the cold, you guys. I do have to get a couple of areas here with a little bit of this glow before I forget. So this little, I'm just going to use a little bit of this yellow glaze that I've got built over here while I've got it on the palette. You'll notice when I take the yellow glaze and build it over something, how all of a sudden you start to get what looks like the glowing area. Inks are really good for OSL because of the fact that they have that transparency to them. And so they give you a better chance of working that transparency out. So now you can see the backpack starting to do its glowy thing. Right? We're going to come in here on this flag and I'm going to show you how the cold that we built, see that? We built that cold in there. Now I'm going to show you how to build that cold. So you want a gradient. Notice we've got a gradient between the two colors. All right. One of the things that we want is really, really thin that vermilion. And one of the things that you want is that's thinner than that even. You want your white to have almost a pinkish hue to it. It's actually orange because it is vermilion or red. Well, vermilion's in the red family, but you know. So because it's probably not going to be anything that's just like really 100% white in this situation, I don't think. So I thin it. Now, one of the things I do too that you guys might want to be aware of is I put a little bit of retarder in. I use distilled water, and I put a little bit of retarder in my water, my distilled water in this little cup. There's about 5 teaspoons of distilled water and 1 milliliter of, I use a specific brand. This one's by Badger. Again, exclamation point links will take you to the link tree. Will take you to my Badger link. You will get a discount for using Captain Madlove code. If you decide you want to go to Monument Hobbies and pick up this model, or if you want to buy paints or whatever, if you use Captain Madlove, you will get a discount code. There you go. Thank you, Dave. Mineral water. Mineral water? No, I use distilled water. I don't use mineral water because there's minerals in mineral water. So the object of using the distilled water is because it's like everything's taken out of it. There's nothing in there. And they're so tiny, I find that it makes my paint smoother. That's just for me. Some people don't even care. They'll just use regular tap water. I just can't. When I start painting, I see or feel the grit, and it gets me a little bit panicky. Now, in these shadows, vermilion's a deadly color. It's interesting. You can take a very small amount of vermilion and add it to a large amount of black, and it can actually take over the black. So when using vermilion, you want to use very small amounts because it is definitely a deadly color. I am going to mix over here a tiny bit of vermilion into the Payne's Gray that we're going to be using. And what that's going to do is just slightly warm up a cool color so that when I put it in here, it's got the glow in it. I don't use it everywhere, only in some special locations that I want to get maybe some fine lines and a little bit of cool going on. What I actually am going to do is mix a little bit of black with some agrax in order to make the shadows. A mineral water is what you mix with gin, isn't it? That's what I used to, as a bartender. I mean, there's mineral water and gin, mineral water and lime. You know, so we're getting an ionizer, Raven's Hobbies. So actually, Geek and I were just talking about that. We're going to be getting one of those Kurgans. Hold on just a minute. Oh, I don't have my phone. Geek, can you hear me? Oh, it's a little bit past her time. Oh, good point. Thank you, Scooter. Yeah, I'm not doing very good, am I? Good thing I have a scooter, because I'm going to have to put some reminders. Oh, I like the way that flag worked out. Yeah, see it? The movement to it? Right, but I used to mix, mineral water and whiskey and mineral water and gin for this couple that came into the lodge. You have conflicting views. Let's see. Okay, well, you know what? Here's the thing. Raven, I've been using the distilled water for some period, 2 years now. It's only like maybe 89 cents a gallon. Yes. Can you get Doggo? She's making a report. And she needs chicken too, apparently. Oh, is it? I'll look into it, Raven. Send me a DM in Discord, Raven Doll, will you? And I will look into it. Because if it's cheaper and it's fine, you know, it has the same classifications. Okay, stop. That's not true. You are not dying. Tonic water. We could rinse our brushes in bubbles. Maybe the bubbles will clean it. No, she does this thing where she starts coughing and gagging. No, says Sales. But Raven's Hobbies is saying that the deionized water is actually cheaper. So, all right, I am at this point now. See, Scooter made me hydrate. I am going to also take a bio break. Tammy's going to go upstairs and she's going to get her afternoon chicken. I'm going to put all these little reflections on this little side of his fingers because it's going to look so cool. Ah, I get good girl drinking your water. Look at, we're talking about hydrating, drinking water, and the dog is doing her thing. Good girl drinking your water, baby. You're so good. I get mine from the grocery store, so it seems pretty cheap to me, Raven. I wonder what happened to Raven Mini Arts. Oh, good girl. She's reporting to the really good girl. Good dog, Tammy. So good. She's getting back to her normal self, Dave. Look at how good she is going over there to greet you.
They couldn't get any other way.
She's getting back to her normal self. I'm so happy. Oh, it's not cheaper? Okay, so basically she can use the deionized though, right? So it looks like you can use either or. I don't think Amazon tells you that. Geek says it depends on how the deionized water is made, but I think that if that one is much cheaper for you, then going with that. Yeah, we do. We pay like 89 cents a gallon for it. And if we buy bigger containers, like if we buy a 5-gallon, we pay even less than that. Like if we bought 5 gallons of it at a time, it would be like about 75 cents a gallon. Maybe even less. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick bio, you guys. You can stay here and keep an eye on this mini. And if anybody comes in to raid us, please greet the raiders. Let them know what we are doing. I appreciate it. I should take a bio. And I'm going to grab an apple because I didn't eat breakfast. So I'm going to grab an apple. And maybe put some more ice in this hydrate. And I will be back. Whoop! Sorry, guys. Sorry for the earthquake. Captain Quake. And I will be right back. Hopefully, you will all still be here when I get back. What a fantastic stream. I don't even know how to thank CNOT for introducing me to all you wonderful people. And now you'll be able to participate with some of our wonderful gatherings that we have, which is really cool. All right, I will be right back, you guys.
gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way. gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
Totally forgot my phone. I think that we might be getting I think it's next week we get ours. Are you getting a second one? I'll just get everything all over my clothes. Whoa. So, Calypso, we have in our Discord, it's exclamation point links, and then everything will come up so you can find everything. And one of our channels is actually sources for miniatures and paints. And you can go in there and be sure when you go to look into it. Now, it does kind of depend also on what you want to paint. Like, would you like to focus on D&D? Do you want to focus on painting something pretty? Do you like chibis? Do you want to play Warhammer? So it really does depend also on what you want to paint. In order to just, establish what it is that you're going to be doing. Now, you may not stay in that category, but when you start, you might have a specific category that you'd like to do. There you go. Now there, you're going to have the Discord, and we have, the guys come in there, and the ladies, and everybody, and they put all kinds of good stuff. So there's everything on how to photograph them in one of those channels, like really super inexpensive all the way to super elaborate. You can find all the paints and minis and there's other sources, like if you want a 3D, there's a 3D print channel. So if you want to get 3D printed, okay. All right. Thank you, Bronze, for coming in so much. I am honored to have you here and looking forward to seeing your ladies as they progress. and we need to talk. I have a spot on my wall for you, my dear. I mean, for your work. For your work. Okay, well, in that case, Calypso, maybe,
Gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
okay. Yeah, it's pretty easy. And when you go, you can scroll through, there's like a whole, people put all kinds of places. I am hanging, Bronze Archer on the wall. Bronze Archer. We are being rated by CG Mini Painting. Oh my gosh, it has been forever since they have rated us. I thought they forgot who I was. Oh my gosh, yay! Hi guys, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. So I think that a really good choice, Calypso, might be Reaper. Some of them are very small and intricate. You want to try to get something a little bit larger with a little more space. Hi guys, we have a person who's interested in getting into miniature painting, and we are talking about places to get miniatures. That's something to think about. Reaper is very inexpensive, but if you're looking for display miniatures, they're definitely not like super fancy display quality resin. You know what I'm saying? They're more of a D&D style play with it miniature. But if you go a little bit bigger, Calypso, like not the 38 millimeter ones or the 24, but go a little bit bigger, you'll have a little more space to work with, and it'll help you learn to manipulate your brush and your paints and things like that. And I have a discount code when you go in there. Well, no, Reaper actually just throws some pennies to the boat. We don't have a discount code with them. Oh my gosh, I'm way behind on the chat. Sorry guys, the chat wasn't scrolling. Hey Jenny, how are you? It has been a really long time, CJ. It really has. But welcome. Yeah, Ishan loves the Reaper minis. Calypso there. Yeah, so... Oh no, absolutely, 100%. And if you go in the Discord, you will love it there, Calypso. There is so many people that will help you with stuff, and they'll help you find the stuff. But the most important thing to remember, if you're here on board, is you Linktree. Put that Linktree somewhere in your computer in a notepad, because it doesn't cost you any extra money, and it puts pennies to my project, and it definitely helps me so that we can continue with this. And that is true. Somebody just said that. You know what? That particular miniature, the one that Paul John's Life is calling the Holly Monster Mini, actually has a respectable amount of space to it. Like it's you want to get one with a little more space between things. It can be very overwhelming when you're first starting with all the little details. I am doing quite well. How are you guys, and how was your stream? I'm so sorry my scroll wasn't working. Sometimes if I click on it, it doesn't work. Okay, you're out. Yes, I will see you Friday, Raven. I'm really glad you liked the write-up on you. That pleases me. And I will see you on Friday, my dear. I will see you on Friday. What were you guys painting? What did you guys paint? Raven, take care of yourself. Have a beautiful day. I will see you Friday, my dear. What fabulous thing were you guys painting? Oh, on Tuesdays, you guys, feel free. So first of all, if you want me to shout you out on Friday, when we're crazy busy in here, please put your work, CG Minis and Jenny, please put your work in the Love Gallery, okay? And then if you want to also show it in the chat so that everybody can take a look at it, then on Tuesdays, that's how we do. We share. And it hasn't gotten so crazy that it's not working. So until then, no, bye-bye, Raven. Ooh, that's a big one. That's a big one, Dave. And that's also a thing to think about when you're painting miniatures, is like Calypso, is like what size you might want to start with. What I am going to tell you is if you start really big, okay? So like if you go above 75 millimeters, all right? You will have a hard time adjusting to a 38. I guarantee it. Everybody that's done that, they start with 100, 120, 150. They've all told me it makes the little ones seem super tiny. But if you go with a 75, the 75 is kind of like this comfort zone area. And with a 75, then you can kind of learn to manipulate the brush and work the area and then bring yourself on down to a 38. We did get a shout out for CJ Minis, right, guys? I don't see it. Did we get it? There you are. Okay. You guys, if you are not following them, they are a lovely couple who paints miniatures together. They are not only very talented artists, but they're also lovely to look at together. So if you guys want to go give them a follow, that would be absolutely wonderful. Thank you guys for sharing the crew and the love. I greatly appreciate it. And for those of you who popped in here with CJ Minis and do not know who I am Captain Madlove, and it is a pleasure to have you on board our crazy, wacky pirate ship. Thank you so much, Blade Mark. Thank you so much, Dave. Yeah, and so you guys, if you pop into the Discord, maybe you have it's been 2 years. There's a lot more sources for minis. So anybody that has a link to share some sources for minis might pop it into our resources for miniatures and paint so that new people like Calypso can go in there and we have all the links to everything. What? No way. That's really? It won't let you click on it. Hold on. Will it let me click on it? Hang on just a minute. Whoa. Do we have something dysfunctional? Do we have something dysfunctional? Hold on. Linktree, Facebook, Discord. No, it took me to it. Are you on a mobile? Bye. It sends you to the YouTube? What? No. It just took me to the Discord. Somebody else said they just used it. Hold on. Are you sure you're clicking on the right one? Maybe your finger was too big and it clicked on the wrong one. You little sea nymph finger. Your little sea nymph finger. Was slimy with salt water. Yep. It's your slimy little sea nymph finger. Oh, look at sales. That is so sweet. What did you do? Oh. Yeah, that's bigger. That's definitely room to work the paint, sales. That's definitely room to work the paint. Is that in my Discord that you went? That looks like somebody else's Discord. Dave, hold on just a minute. Maybe it'll let me. Hang on. Let me see if I can just. Let me try just like an individual link for you. Hold on just a minute, you little sea nymph. You. Hang on, Calypso. Oh, really? Oh, it won't even let me. Maybe Dave can. Dave, can you paste and copy just the Discord and see if that helps? Because it won't let me do the paste and copy thing. Did CG Minis put what they were working on in the chat? Thank you so much, Blade Mark. There you go, Calypso. Just click on that one right there. That should take you right there. It's probably because you're on mobile, and sometimes when you're on mobile, it clicks something it's not supposed to click. Yep, I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You guys are so awesome. Banshera! Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, you have two beautiful names. That's really, I like that. I like that. You did, and we're still actually going to be here for a little bit. We've kind of got our guy built up. We're helping somebody find their way to getting some miniatures to start out right now. And we got rated today by CG Minis and Orcus Gaming. But most amazing, we got rated by CNOT. CNOT Bush, the sculptor. Oh my gosh. I'm such a fan. I was a derp. I did better than I did with Sam, though. But I'm pretty much a squee girl when it comes to Sam, so but I did pretty good. I didn't, get all, he also didn't stay in chat and talk very long. So it did, it worked out. Ooh, you are working on gobos. Are those snotlings? Oh, orcs. Orcs. I love me some orcs. Oh, boys. Boys are orcs, Banshera. Yummy. Love some of those. Okay, and we were getting ready to do a little bit of, hold on. Let me get this one. We're going to do a little bit of cold shadowing. So this is, you'll notice that the build we've got around here, how really dark it is, and I cooled it off a little bit in the areas that are darker. So we're going to do that. As you notice, the flag is kind of lacking, and if you notice, the flag is even farther away from where the source lighting is coming from. So we definitely need to get this area here blackened up. Okay, I think, Calypso, let's see. Let's take a look at this. And we are working, we've been cleaning up the Discord considerably. Let me see. So we have, under channels, there's a channel that is, there's assembly kit. Actually, I want to find just it's reference photography, studio setup, cosplay. Dave probably knows exactly which one it is. Basing, okay. Hold on. I actually don't see the noobs one. There, wait, no, there's tools, tech support. It is called Sources, Miniatures, and Paint. Let me see if this works. May or may not let me do this. It does not let me paste. Sources, it says Sources, Miniatures, and Paint. I should probably edit it and put something in front of it so it's easier to find. Each thing, I'm going to put little icons in front of it so that it's easier for people to find them, because there is a lot of channels. These guys, they go through a lot of subjects, Calypso. So that one has all kinds of links to different places that have different types of miniatures. Dave, we can't put bacon there. Bacon's for a very specific thing. Yeah, so, okay. When you go in there, Calypso, go under the heading, all the minis, and you want to go down over halfway. And there is one that is called Links for Noobs. It has little toolboxes, little red toolboxes in front of it. And Links for Noobs is places where you can find tools that you need, and also places you can find things you may not have thought that you needed. And then right below that is tech support. Well, is tools. And right below that is tech support. And then right below that is sources and miniatures. There you go. There you go. Now, there's links. And then also there's the tech support thing in there. So, if you need to know something that's techie. And then there's also how to photograph your mini, because that's a pain in the ass, let me tell you what. So, and then there's also basic how-to hobby videos. People link stuff that there's thousands of videos out there. Thousands. And I love everybody for making videos, and I love everybody for trying to help. But when you're first starting, not every video is the best video for when you're beginning to get the information you need. So Technical Tuesday, Calypso, is a great time to come in here on Tuesdays, because we do a lot of Q&A, painting, demonstrations. Generally speaking, Dave is here. Dragonheart makes it here sometimes. And so those guys, Dragonheart actually just started painting maybe about a year and a half ago. So he's still in the stages of remembering when you first started. Dave used to teach beginners at a local game store out there where he lives. So he's got a lot of information. Wavy's been doing it for a minute, and really, Wavy's been doing it for a minute. And he frequents a lot of the other channels that have a lot of traffic. And so there's just so many people here that have so much good directive. Sometimes when you get out there in the world and you start asking in all the different locations, you're going to get so much information, it's going to be overwhelming. Okay, so see, that's a good thing. So your budget is is minimum, and so that's important. So see, you can get good advice on just starting out. So there's a lot of supplies. Are you in the United States or in the UK? Yeah, I do that all the time, Sales. I do that all the time. And then the paint gets so ooky. Very good, Dave. Thank you. Yes, that's another option too. Calypso is WizKids. Now they are not they're not real quality, but I use them for kids to start painting. So they're very reasonably priced. Something you need to know is to, in the USA, excellent. Okay, so shipping's not going to be a thing. So WizKids you may be able to actually get at a local game store. And then be careful if you were to go into a game store, be careful there too, because you can get TMI. TMI can be overwhelming, and then you just don't want, it just gets too much and you don't even want to do it. So you want a basic paint starter set. And I feel like if you go to my link tree and click on Reaper, that you can probably find something very reasonable from them. And that's good paint. That's good paint. And it'll have, like, you know, the colors you need to start. The colors you need to start. And WizKids is inexpensive minis, and so is Reaper. But I'm going to tell you something. When you go online and you're looking at the miniatures, okay, they look bigger than they really are. Okay. Okay, there you go. And oh, and you know something? Actually, sorry, Dave's gonna yell at me. Dave's gonna yell at me. You know something? Comic characters oftentimes are a little. If you can find little comic characters, sometimes they are easier to paint than other things. Also, if you're really strapped for cash and you want to learn Calypso, spend your money on the good paints. Like, buy a starter kit from Reaper, okay? Then go on Amazon and remember now, go to my link tree, okay? Because pennies on the dollar gonna get thrown at the boat, and I need those pennies to keep the float, okay? So you buy the starter kit from Reaper, then go to Amazon and buy a starter kit of brushes. The starter kit of brushes. There's probably half a dozen people in chat right now that use brushes off of Amazon that could link you, but you got to go through my link first and then go look the brushes up. Yes, there we go, sales, or you can go to Michael's. And then, do you have a dollar store near you? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Yes, you could get a starter set there. Now, when you get your brushes, okay, you do. Okay, I'm going to tell you something really weird about this. Is just for starting out, okay? This is to get your practice, all right? You need primer. Go to my link tree. Don't mess around when it comes to your primer, okay? Primer is the shit your paint is built upon. Like, that's the foundation of your miniature painting. You got your miniature, you got your primer. You got to start there. When it comes to primer, don't mess around. Go to Badger and get your primer. Get your Stynal Res. Gray. Black is going to be a really good focus for you, but I feel like gray, if you can only get one color because you're strapped, I recommend gray. They do have a little starter pack where you can get 3. One is, excuse me guys, I got itchies. One is white, one is black, and one is gray. Okay, so Stynal Res, and that's Badger. You can find them in my link tree. God, what's with the fuzzies? There's something blooming in the yard. And that's gonna be your best primer. Then you go to the dollar store, right? I take these. Dave will tell you this, right? You can also order these. You can order cases of these online. Okay? And I order these. And I scrub them thoroughly in dish soap and water. And then I prime them with gray. And I put them back in their little boxes and I send them out to people as gifts. The shipping costs me more than the product, but people love them. Yes. Exactly. And there's more space on them, so you can use to manipulate your brush. You can learn to mix. You can learn, and you don't have to paint them what color they have them. Okay, so Dave's got another suggestion. Yep. If you promise that he'll make her, so then you saw this guy, right? Now, you want to wait on something like this. This is not a cheap model. Just this one model is going to cost. We have a membership where we go, but it's about $30 for this model. And as you can see, there's a lot of little detail. It's not a beginner model. These little guys are the little rebels. They got a lot of little detail, but the stormtroopers aren't too bad. But you can learn those models that I was just showing you, the little action figure or little figures. They're not so overwhelming with details. Yes, and that is true. That is a really good idea, especially if you have kids. There's board games that come with miniatures, so that's an option as well. So you actually get a game and the miniatures. So that's a thought as well. Something to look into. We have one that's called Barnacle Bay. Let me see if I have Badger Shark. Barnacle Bay's characters are not terribly complex. They're a little bigger also. Here's Badger Shark. Badger Shark. Oh, sorry. So it's kind of spread out. It's not like so many crazy details. You can learn your blending here, smoothing here. Got, little details on the face, in the front. But that's a game, and it's got a bunch of miniatures like that. Here's, this is a Whiz Kids model, like Dave was talking about Whiz Kids being cheap. This is a Whiz Kids model, and they're very inexpensive. That one that Dave's talking about right there. Yeah, I have to pick that one up because somebody wants me to paint those guys. They're, nieces and nephews. So apparently the one Dave is talking about is fairly inexpensive. For $30 for 10 minis, that's like a really good deal. Plus you get the game. So that's a really good deal, and those actually have enough space for you to be able to develop, yeah, most gaming shops do. I think that's a good call that Dave's got there, the Marvel chibi protocol. I mean, they're chibis, so, I don't know, maybe if you're open to anything, then you give them a try, just give them a try. But yeah, for inexpensive models for D&D, I agree with Dave. Definitely Whiz Kids. You just make sure you scrub those really good, clean the mold lines, and buy primer and reprimer them. It'll tell you on the box, you do not need to primer it. It's a lie. Don't do it. Your paint it doesn't work right. I'd have to agree with Lord Zephyrius for quality. I don't think Reaper is any less expensive. I think that WizKids and Reaper are pretty close to the same. Yes, Scale, it does. This is true. This is true. It does make for, you know, but if you scrub them, you don't have to remove their primer. Do you know what I do? I scrub their models with nail polish remover. Yeah. The acetone-free nail polish remover, and then I clean the mold lines, and whatever does not come off with that is stuck good enough to hold the primer on that I'm about to do. Oh, well, that's really good to hear, Calypso. That's really good to hear. Yeah, so, you know, and you know what? You can take that primer and scrub one of those bobbleheads and primer it and paint that too if you like. You know, lots of people buy those bobbleheads and the, what are those called? The Funko Pops. And then they scrub them thoroughly, and then they reprime them, and then they make them like characters in their family and stuff. Yep, simple green's the way to go, Scale. That's the way to go. Right there. I do love me. In fact, we had this huge discussion about simple green the other morning with some guys from France, trying to figure out how we get simple green to France. It was fun.
Any other way.
Yeah, right? It is. I think that it's a really good place to develop your skills. A really good place to develop your skills. Okay, let's get back to this guy. All right, and we are working on these cool shadows that we're going to build up here on the flag. Now remember, we're coming in here for this Payne's Gray ink. That's what that is right there. Okay, and we're going to thin that with a little of that distilled water. Now I'm actually going to need the dropper because you really want to start with it a wee bit thinner than you think you do. Okay, and the other thing we're going to do to that is not just thin it, but we're going to get into the vermilion ink, and we're going to add a small amount of vermilion ink to this. And what that does is, as you can see, when I add that, I'm hoping you can see, let me thin it for you. It almost makes it a very, very deep rust brown color in a way. Now, it's a little bit too warm, so I'm going to add a little bit more of the Payne's Gray to cool it down again. I got that a little bit warmer than I wanted. That's about right. I just want a little bit of Payne's Gray in there to give it the cool down. I'm going to thin that. And we're going to work in this area up here. Okay, oops, I need a hood. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You can buy nail polish. Nail polish is great miniature paint. That's actually when I very first started painting model cars. When I was a kid, my grandma had a girlfriend, one of her best friends, that owned a beauty salon. And she would save all the old nail polishes for me. And then I would reconstitute them with acetone, and then I would paint like flames on the Tonka trucks and stuff like that, you know, get real crazy with it. Model cars, whatnot. Exactly. What Dave is saying. When you go looking for your first mini, Calypso, definitely look for something that speaks to you. But pay attention to the amount of detail. Too much detail can be very overwhelming when you first start. Really hard you got to learn to manipulate the paint before you can start manipulating these teeny, teeny, tiny little details. And it can be super frustrating. So in getting your paint, you want to thin your paint to that 2% milk consistency. And the reason you're doing that is so that as you build your layers of paint, you don't cover all the details and the recesses that are going to create your shadows and your volume on your miniature. So if you get one that you like, but don't be afraid. There you are. I was just asking everybody what you were painting and where you went. Yep, you'll know it. You'll know it when you meet it, and don't be afraid. And here's something I really highly recommend. If you find one and you really like it, buy two. This way, when you paint it, you won't be afraid because you have another one. It will give you the opportunity to have that flexibility. Don't be afraid, just go. If you paint it, you like it, and it works out fine, save that other one for like about 3 or 4 months from now and then paint it again so you can see your own improvement. You returned with a milkshake. Ooh. Well, hello, Danny. You are so welcome, Calypso. And welcome to the ship, and welcome to our miniature insanity. Exactly. Make sure that the first miniature that you paint, you save it. We all put them up on a shelf somewhere so that as we move forward, we can look back on it. One of the things I wish I would have done was had 2 of the first one that I painted. But I painted these dark Eldar, and now they don't make them anymore. I mean, I had a whole army of them. But what I did do is, like, I don't know, I'd say probably this was probably about my 4th mini or so. Now, the nice thing about this is that that he is available through Reaper, and I can get him again. So that's what's really cool.
Gives them a satisfaction.
I'd say maybe
any other way.
he might be my 6th. I'm going to say somewhere between 4th and 6th. Yes, welcome to the Nut House. Exactly. Grab a hug. Grab me a hug, hug me a jacket and have a, yeah, there you go. Oh, that's awesome, Dave. That's awesome. See, and that's really great sales because now you can go back and paint that later and then you can go, oh, look how good I've done. You know, I'm telling you, we actually found ours scale after a move. We moved and it got dug up out of a box. It just turned up and I was like, oh, look, there's that guy. And Geek is like, yay. I think that the shadow on his butt cheeks is my favorite part. On his butt crack is my favorite part. As you can see from the very beginning, I was going to work with metallics. Okay, so now seriously. So right, this is my first metallic on a miniature. This is my metallics now. Yeah, one looks like glitter and one looks like metal. You know, and the nice thing about it too is like if you get one and you're just tired of working on that one and you want to go, your subject is completely different. That's right. Yeah, you listen to Dave on that one right there. For sure. Everybody will tell you that. Everybody. Wavy, Dragonheart, all of them will tell you. Don't worry about what people say about it. And I really try hard not to compare my work to others. That's really look at the lessons that you can learn and the achievements and watch people grow so you can see that you grow. But when you first start out, you know, it's going to be a thing. Things are going to happen. Exactly. I kind of look at some people for the bar of achievement. I mean, I have a teacher that's my bar of achievement. Like if I don't need to paint like him. I want to paint as good as him. I mean, I have 3 teachers, and if I can paint as good as them, then that's it. But my way, my style. That's one of the reasons why I have who I paint in many different styles. It's really weird. You'll see that from me. So I paint like, okay, so we're looking at OSL and this is glazing. I'm doing glazing, right? Okay. And let's see. So here's one that's a lot of wet blending, not as much glazing at all. This is hold on, let me focus in on that for you. This is almost all wet blending. There's glazing on the wings. But for the most part, that's almost completely wet blended. So, and then let's see. Oh, and then here's this one. Okay, so this one is animation. So this is like not made to look realistic. This is made to look like a cartoon character a little bit. And that's this one. This one is like a little bit of a cartoon character thing going on. Okay. Let's see. And then, artsy. This one was done in like free hand form art. So yet again, a different style. This is more wet blending and not dry brushing, but thicker layers of paint, like old masters painted, brushstrokes with brushstrokes. See, that was all done with brushstrokes. And let's see. And then of course there's the more realistic, right? Aiming for the more realistic. When you thin the paints, they work for big terrain. Craft paints work for big terrain, Calypso, but using craft paints for miniatures, because you have to thin the paint, and that's kind of really thick paint. The only one that I found that I use that works really good is called Liquitex Soft Body. It's highly pigmented, but to be perfectly honest with you, you're gonna pay, so you have to learn to thin your paints, and there's a learning curve to that, and those paints are not cheap. So like one bottle of that paint is fairly large. It's about $12. So for one color, you're gonna spend $12. Liquitex Soft Body I love it. In fact, Liquitex Soft Body makes the only scarlet red that I am looking to match somewhere else. And I buy reds all the time to match it. Hello, Squid Necka, how you doing? Yep, that's right. Dave's on it. Dave's all over it for you there. Looks like he's pretty much got you covered. So, here's one that will work. This brand will work. And Golden Calypso. But I'm going to tell you a little secret about this one, okay? It does not... I don't know that. It does not play well with other paints, okay? It plays well with its own brand, but if you start mixing it with other paints, some paints it gets angry at, so sometimes it curdles. So it's not friendly across the board with other paints, but it has a decent pigment to it. It's fairly thin already in the bottle, and it does work for painting miniatures, and it's fairly inexpensive. Golden makes one in this same style container, fluid acrylics and their liquid acrylics. There's fluid acrylics and liquid acrylics by Golden, and those are pretty good. Yeah, and you can get, again, going online, there's another one, hold on. Let me get this. If you go to my link tree, click on Dick Blick. Hang on just a minute. Because they have sales regularly. If you sign up by email, then they will give you like 20% off your whole first order, some weird shit like that, or free shipping. That's the one if it's over. Urtrek. Oh, damn it. Here. This company. Utrecht. This is in Dick Blick. And they come in little bottles like this. They're decent pigment, and they're pretty much already thinned. Yes, Also, those brushes are not that expensive. These are their synthetics. I'm a fan of the one with the green handle. Yeah, I use these regularly. If you buy 5 brushes when you're on Dick Blick, you buy 5 brushes, they will give you 40% off of the batch of brushes, no matter which brand you buy. You could buy one of these, one of these, one of those, but if you buy 5, you get 40% off all of them. Yeah, right now we're developing some brushes scale. I'm going to recommend Dick Blick because 5 brushes you get 40% off. And I'm a fan of these. I'm also Dick Blick themselves. Dick Blick makes these. Let me focus in on that for you. It is not the best, very decent though. Very decent. Yeah. Oh, if you're going to go in person, then you can't use my my code. Boo. But if you go online, use my code. Go to my link tree and use my code. So these are pretty good. They hold up pretty well. I save them. What I do, right, is I buy my utility brushes. So I do like this, like one of these, 2 of these, and then like a couple of maybe the squirrel hair, right, like this, right? Then I do this. That's 5 brushes. And you get 40% off. Right? That's when I pick up my and then of course I always try to do the coupon thing. Yeah, it does. It really does. You know, you have to define what it is. So to me, if a brush costs under $10, to me it's cheap. So it depends on what you think is cheap. Yeah, I do. I mean, hi TKJ, how you doing? How you doing? Did CJ ever tell me what they were painting? Did I miss it, Dave? A lot of talk. It's good though. It's good. We're like talking and learning, and you know I love it when that happens, right? I'm always loving it when somebody new gets into it. We've got sales in here and scales in here and water nymphs in here, and I lost CJ in the chat. Did you guys tell me what you were working on? I'm sorry if I missed it. I was like a yak. I know we got a shout out. I hope they put something in the love gallery. Those guys. Let's see if they put something in the love gallery for us. Let's just take a peek. So, let me see. We got Sale. We got Dave's. Ooh, Dave. Oh, Dave. That looks like so much fun. Please link where that came from. That's delicious. I'd really like to, I want to add that to the collection. Let's see, Sale, and who have we got here? And Dave, that was where the bacon was after the, oh no, maybe that's the progress. That's the progress. Ooh, that poxwalker turned out fucking great, Kraken. Are you still out there, Kraken? This guy is kicking ass and taking names, you guys. Yeah, okay, I didn't see. Yeah, you might check that. Now, what I do have to say about that, Calypso, so I really feel that paint, like, it has good pigment and it's got great coverage and everything. And since you're just starting, you're probably not going to be doing a whole lot of glazing, right? But I use it for like all kinds of stuff and mix it and everything. But if I'm going to sit down and like I'm going to glaze and I'm going to get intense with my glazing project, they have this one called Transparent. Oh my gosh. Love those transparents. But when I go to glaze like my skin and my non-metallic metal, I don't turn to those. Yeah, I just find that I maybe it's because I just have used these others for so long, but it's very important to me. Let me open that, Dave, so it's here when we're done. Very important to me to be able to get my glaze on. Right on. And why exactly did you close my chat? Hello. Hold on. Uh-oh. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I clicked on that and it closed my chat. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, so that's it's a little bit of a leap, expense wise, depending on what you, when you say, you know, what is inexpensive Calypso. So it's like around $80 or $90, I think. Well, you get a discount when you buy the. So you want to go into the link tree again, right? When you go to Monument Hobbies, use the Linktree link so they know that you were in here, right? And then use the Captain Mad Love code when you order them. When you first order them, if you order the set the first time you order it, you get a better discount than even my code. And I want to say it's about $80 for the starter set. Thank you, Dave. Yeah. And save all those links, my dear. Save all those links. Those are our links for the ship. And then that way, they know you were in here and that you got the help you needed. And that's really important. Same thing with you, sales. So yeah, check out those paints, but the starter set of those paints is about $80. So it depends on what you think is expensive, right? You got to think about that. That's Monument Paints. And their link is in there. That's Monument Paints. Dave, can you type out the spell Captain Madlove for Calypso in there, because that's, you're going to want to keep that name is the code for some places that give you discounts. So just spelled just like me. There's a few that are a little different than that, but most of them are just the Captain Madlove. But so if you don't think that $80 is too expensive for a starter set, that's a really great deal for a box starter set with a whole bunch of really good colors in it to start you out. If you do feel that that's a little bit expensive, then you might consider going the route. It is definitely worth the investment for a quality set, and you're not going to be glazing anytime soon. Dave uses those. Yeah, he uses them all. One of the things you have to pay attention to, though, is your wet palette. So if you're going to do this, so you can make your own wet palette at home, but when you are using the Monument paints, the Pro Acryls, you don't want to use the same wet palette, as in the same amount of moisture on your palette as you do when you are using other paints. They don't like it. You need a drier palette. Okay, well, there you go. And then you just got to take it. Now you've got to budget it. Make sure to balance the budget. That's what we started General Gumdrop with. Okay, but you want to budget it. So set that number aside and then take a look at what it's going to cost you to get the minis. You're going to need those. You can make a wet palette out of a Tupperware container to start with. You can use any old jar for your rinsing jars, but you're going to need some nice brushes. You know, reasonable. They don't have to be great. Yeah, and so right. So I use a wet palette for everything, but Pro Acryls are not designed. A lot of people will tell you, oh, you flood your palette and then throw the paper on it. So Pro Acryls don't like that. They don't. And what I find, though, is that people that are starting, your paints dry quickly anyway, and sometimes it can be a little bit difficult. Let me tell you something that will help Calypso. When you go to get your primer from Badger,
Sorry, I don't know that.
get a container of this in your order.
Are you trying to shop for containers?
No, Alexa, be quiet.
All right.
So this guy. This is inexpensive. So it's really inexpensive. And then when you make your water to thin your paints with, you'll use 1 milliliter to about 5 teaspoons. Get yourself a tiny little container. You can use the lid off of an old juice bottle. About 5 teaspoons of distilled water and 1 milliliter of this, and it'll just slow your paint down only a little bit. Just enough for you to gain traction on learning to do what you need to do. My first wet palette was an old makeup container. Yeah. So there, yeah, and that's perfect, Michaels. You do want to get a package of okay, so get a whole package of them with brushes that are about a size 1 in them. If you can buy them in separate packages instead of just all the different, get one that's got all the different sizes so you can find the size you really like, and then get yourself some 1s and some 4s. Hold on. Yeah, 4s. Also, depending on how big your mini is, if you decide to go big or mini, you need a little bit bigger brushes. Yep, you definitely, that's right. You want to make sure to separate, if you're going to do any metallic, separate your brushes, don't use them for the other paint, and separate your water so metallic is not getting into it. There's a lot, there's a learning curve. What I recommend, just leave the metallics till later. Just invest in, if you get that starter set for 80, you're going to have metallic in it, and it's definitely tempting. Okay, and we do some fun metallic stuff here, but if you're going to do metallic, definitely get yourself a different set of brushes, a couple of brushes that are just for metallic, and a rinse pot that's just for metallic. Yeah. Yes, everything will be fabulous, but here's the worst part. The metallic likes to get up in the brush, and it likes to eat all the bristles. And okay, and then so after you get all your supplies, then contact us. Thank you, Link293, for that follow. Thank you kindly. So once you got all your supplies, then you come back, right? And then we'll start you from the beginning on a Technical Tuesday, like with the brush load and, you know, how far up you want it to go, maybe a little bit of wet blending, applying your base layers, etc. Then you don't have to run around all over the world and try to find the perfect YouTube. You can just, but once you get all your supplies and there they are, then you can come back in here on a Technical Tuesday or a Sunday. A Sunday would work. Friday would be a bad day to do it. You wouldn't want to do it on a Friday. Friday's crazy. Yeah. So, but that sounds like it would work out. Now, what you definitely want to get, even if you don't have an airbrush, it's better to use the Stynylrez primer and brush it on than it is to use some of these other primers, unless you're going to go the spray can. If you're going to go with a spray can, there's ways around that too. If you want a spray can, rattle can primer, if you want to do it that way, then you go down to your local hardware store. Now, this is for starting. We're not talking joining any competitions. We're starting out here. You go down to your local hardware store. They carry a line of acrylic, they call a latex decor paint. Like you paint chairs and cupboards and different with the spray paint. And you get the matte black or gray. I have not tried the Pro Krill primer yet. Until I try it, I can't recommend it. So, and I'm super, super critical about primer. Like, I mean, seriously. Everybody referred me to the Testers. Testers spray. I hated it. Hated it. Nope. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm saying scale. So Calypso, when you go to get that, that's why I am saying latex or acrylic. So when you buy a rattle can, you want a latex or acrylic, or the really expensive ones they make specifically for minis. But if you're going down to the hardware store, you are getting latex or acrylic in a spray can. That way it won't eat the plastic. And you're going to get the matte black or gray. And it will cost you like half the price as it will. I used to go and I used to go into that section and get the ones that were on sale. So it only cost me like $2 for a can of primer from the hardware store. The Tamiya primer. I've heard pretty good things about that. I'm telling you, Steinelrez is like, to me, the thing I absolutely love about it is when my minis take a tumble, and they do, the paint doesn't chip off. Very rarely. I mean, unless a whole arm or something breaks off. Uh-oh. My phone be missing. Okay. I am going to really quick get this shadow in here. Yeah, and you know, once you get everything now, and if you have any questions, you can feel free, Calypso, to just DM me. Like if you know, if you get there and it's like super confusing or whatever, just give me a DM and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. Another option, because I may not be available, is to go right into our Discord and just put the question in the general chat, and someone's bound to get to you. Because they all have, you know, the alerts and everything. So we are currently coming in here and putting the shadows up here in the top of the flag. Some people are more active in the Discord than others, but someone's bound to yeah, you know, it's kind of like we've bought the crap before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And honestly, I wouldn't even bother with it, only because, you know, there's just so much you can read and get confused. So if you can take a lot of the confusion and all that time spent reading out of it, you don't want to get overwhelmed when you first come in. It's like, you know, it's just so nice to be able to just get to the painting part, right? And that's kind of what we like to see people do. So that's what we're here for, is just to help you, you know, not have to worry about all of that and just get to the part where you're painting and liking what you're doing. So just pop into the Discord, ask there. There's a lot of people that are in there that have extensive experiences, and around the clock. We have people from the UK in there. We have people, you know, from other areas of the United States. So we have people from Japan, Netherlands, you know, you name it. So there's somebody usually around somewhere around the clock. Yeah, because I mean, it can be a weird place out there, and then it can be really overwhelming. And we've all made the mistakes, really, is what it is. You know, we've done it already. So, I mean, I remember the first time that I used Scale was saying, you know, about melting the minis. Yeah, I remember the first one I did. That was exciting. You know, I didn't realize when I got it that I wasn't supposed to put it on plastic. It said it was supposed to be good for miniatures, the primer that I used, but I used primer that's good for miniatures that are metal. So yeah, that was exciting. That was really exciting. Well, yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Oh, totally. I agree, Scale. Still making mistakes, you know. We like to consider that a lot of those mistakes that we would have made when we were a beginner, though, are kind of behind us. I mean, that would be nice to think, right? But we're always doing something new, like learning a new technique or something. So, you know, people will make mistakes, and it is what it is. But if we can help you avoid some of them. Oh yeah, that one. If it's humid and you prime your minis, oh, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. Mine was I actually still have, when I first started converting those damn it, Monster High dolls. I still have one who's still sticky to this day because I didn't know about the right kind of primer to use. So I'm building the shadow inside of there, so because that's gonna not have like a whole lot of glow, right? So I gotta build that shadow up inside of there. thin this, and get a little bit more glow on the inside in here. We probably gonna come in with a little bit of the real glow, so we can get a little bit on this back side here. A little bit of this. As we do. Want to feel the glow on both sides, because so that no matter which direction you are looking at the mini, you're going to get that effect. Right? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Sales. Sounds like a good way to start it out, right? Yeah, we have just the dog, but I can't imagine, like, people that have cats. It's like, it's funny because General Gumdrop has a cat, and the cat never gets on her desk. And I warned her that when she starts mini painting the cat, be sure to like cover your stuff and whatnot, and because the cat's gonna get on your desk. And she's all and no, he never gets on my desk. He never gets on my. And I said, no, I know he doesn't. Well, then why would he get on my desk? And I said, he's just gonna get on your desk because you're miniature painting, and they can sense the amount of attention that needs, and so they decide, hey, I want to be part of that, and that's gonna happen. Sure enough, I got a picture on my phone. Sitting his ass right in the middle of her, just right in the middle of where she was painting, looking at it like, what's going on here? Yep, nope. If I had one, it would be the same thing. Scale, totally the same thing. Well, ours isn't around anymore, and I don't want to do it again. Yep, I had him for 18 years, and he was amazing. Geek is allergic to just about every cat on planet Earth, some more so than others. And for some reason, he was not allergic to that cat, and no vet could tell us why. So we decided, no, after 18 years, I had to say goodbye, and that was terrible. Terrible. You have a small zoo? I had a small zoo at one time, too. Lived in Alaska, I had 13 dogs. Oh, I'm glazing this little shadow right up into here. I'm kind of lightening up the bottom of the stick here so we can get a little bit. It's probably gonna have to be lightened up a little bit more right there, like maybe bringing the shadow down. We just gotta kind of blend that so that you can sort of see where we need to get the shadow around the hand there. And it's leaning, like he's walking, and it's kind of leaning a little bit forward, so we can afford to get a little bit of shadow on the stick right here around the hand. That affords us also the ability to glaze those lines together so that you don't see that separation, right? Because he's holding that right there. Same thing over here. Oh, yeah, right. Dave, is that, that's just for, I don't know why it is that I don't remember you having a dog. Like, I keep forgetting that you have a dog for some reason. Yes, he can, totally. Who is Brent? Oh, Goobertown Hobbies. Oh. Is Brent somebody's kitty? Also, you know, you'll want to probably get some tacky so that you can hold, you know, make it a mini holder out of something. Old prescription bottle filled with rice works, but you're gonna need a mini holder. Calypso, and so you'll need a little tacky, like this is some of my, you know, I have craft paint and I don't really use it a lot. So I'll put some tacky on top of the craft paint and just stick my mini to that. That really helps. Bone Shooter's cat, does he just come up and park his ass like right there on the freaking man? You know whose kitty I miss seeing is, and I'm wondering how it is. Have you had a chance at all, Dave, to make it in to see Clock Pit? Does anybody know how Clock Pit's doing? I mean, my understanding is that he's doing well. I just kind of wondered what happened. Where he went to. There we go. There we go. So now we got a little bit more. We'll have to kind of tone that gradient down. Really what I'll end up doing is just mixing a very thin, just like that. A little bit, like look how thin that white is right there. And I'll just take and bring it in here and then kind of bring the glow on the pole down. So basically I'm diffusing the glow on the pole with thinned white. Yeah, that worked. I just toned it right down. And I'll come in there with a thin glaze of the shadow and it'll help too. Time to put out a little bit more of that lemon yellow. A super glider. Wait, what? He streams late. You've seen him a few times. Who's got a sugar glider? You got a sugar glider. Oh, okay. We're talking about Clock Pit. All right. Clock Pit. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. I had a friend that had one of those little sugar glider babies. That was such a cool little animal. I'm creating, this is kind of like a glaze with its yellowish white, okay? And I'm coming in here and kind of putting it, because this is like right facing the ground, right? And so I'm gonna put a little bit of that along the edge so that we can build on that. We're gonna come back and build on that. I'm gonna thin that color, okay? Take that excess water off. We're going to come in here and we're going to create these highlight points. For anybody who's out there that has not gone and subscribed to my YouTube, I would greatly appreciate it. We are trying to build our subscription base on YouTube. In hopes of going monetary with them. And I would greatly appreciate you guys' help. That'd be amazing. Of course, the subscription is free. You don't have to pay anything for that. And it would mean a lot to me. We are working diligently on building the library for that. It should be coming up. We should be having some videos on that. We are hoping by the end of this month that there will be more. There's a few. But we're working on actually having a little library built up there. So what I'm doing here is I'm using that lemon yellow with a little bit of white mixed in it to create this glow. You'll see what it's doing, right? We're going to take a little bit of that, a little bit more yellow in it. We're going to thin it, right? And I'm going to kind of move it up just to give a little character and movement. I'll use it as a glaze, bringing it down onto some of the vermilion. Looks like I missed a little spot back here. Gotta get that. Not sure what's going on there or why that is there. But I can fix it. It's paint. Now you'll see how that kind of gives that little bit of a highlight and a warm glow to it. Now we'll take that vermilion, and we're talking just the ink. And I'm going to really thin it, like super duper thin it. Take all the excess off the brush. I'm going to come right back in here, and I'm going to trail over that yellow and up into these shadows. Sorry guys, hang tight. Okay. And again, back to the shadows. You'll notice I'm pulling from the crease in the fabric up to the wrinkles, and that's because I want the last little pieces of that moisture on the brush to drop in the areas where it's darker. We're using an ink because it's clear. Sometimes I use a wet brush to spread that ink a little bit more evenly. Choosing these places where they've got these little recesses and then trying to smooth out the sides, because these shadows, as we build these here, we're gonna have to come back in with the highlights I will show you and fix these areas where we've got these glazed in. We're going to come back in and we're going to create these little troughs, basically. These are the little rips in the flag, I think. Hairs in it.
Gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
There we go. All right. Now you'll see that adding that depth starts to bring the flag out a whole lot better. And now when we go in there and we glaze up the fabric, it will see these colors through. Ah, the beholder. Oh yeah, that does. That sounds like a great plan. So I have to go grab my phone really quick. And it is up the stairs. I will be right back. Now, we did not get to the shadows. However, I am going to be working on this again on PJ Sunday coming up. We didn't get to the shadows in his pants, but as you notice, the shadows on his body, we did get the backpack integrated. And look at that glow. I mean, seriously, right? Hopefully that you guys can see that. Let me block the light out of it. Sometimes my light diffuses everything. Yeah, see? You notice the flag is starting to move now. Do you see how that breaking up the monotony of that? Cat is falling over my eyes here. Breaking up the monotony of that color, just being solid, right? By doing this, we create movement, so it's not static. Hey, Spaz. He is got a little peach in there. All right, let me go grab my phone really quick, you guys. Hang tight. I'll be right back.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow. Cosmo? We're painting Cosmo. How amazing. We are actually painting Cosmo. Let me see. How are you doing? You know what though? You guys can't see because the way the leg is. Look, if I turn this, I just was gonna say, you know, the view like this, you don't really get to see where all of the, what is the, oh, you know, Google it, Danny. Just Google it. It'll give you a full explanation. To get exclamation, it'll give you an exclamation. Let's see. All right. You know what we are going to do, you guys?
Gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
Wow. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Right? I am going to take you guys. And we're going to go raid Brush for Hire. What do you think of that idea? You guys are going to love it. You're going to learn a lot of really wonderful, quick painting techniques. Boy, he can paint something fast and make it look like it took forever. He's one of those. One of those. Yeah, I know. That's why they keep adding more on it. So you got to, that's why I just go look it up, Danny, because that's what I did. When something else pops up, there was something else. And then there's another like +2 or something that goes on the end of it. Wait. I don't even have him on my list for some reason, Danny, but I will tell you this. There is a lot of people streaming, but you know what the thing is that really... Oh, you are so welcome, Dave. So first of all, I'd like to... Everybody that came in with the raid, thank you for all the follows and all of the love. We are going to continue with this little guy on... So let's see, today is Tuesday, so Friday is date night. Probably going to work on some Star Wars on date night. I'm thinking that might be fun. Still yet kind of keeping it in the white family for right now because there seem to be a lot of requests for painting white. This being a special project because it is the monument thing. Definitely we are going to be working on this on PJ Sunday. And remember now, so for those of you that are Patreons, you got the update. But everybody that's not following me on... You just got... Oh, I'm so excited. I am getting another one. So I'll be painting another one of these. Doing the non-metallic... I mean, doing the true metallic metal brush rubbing. Metallic rubbing. I'm going to be doing another one. I just love this one. And I keep seeing it and wanting to paint it again. So we're probably going to be getting another one. But I really want to paint the bike. The, what's it called? The bark. Yeah, what Dave said. Oh, thank you guys. So everybody that came in with the raids, I'd really like to thank you for all the follows and all the love. C-Not Brush, thank you so much for that great big raid. Orchrist, thank you for the raid. And wait, and CG Mini Painting, thank you so much for the raid. All the raid love today was fantabulous. So, thank you very much, Cosmo. This particular mini is called Cosmo. Like, for real. That's it. When you go to buy him from Monument Hobbies, that's his name. So we're doing, this is a study in black and white on Mars, is what we're doing here. So we did the black and white study, and then we're doing the, because Mars, we're pretending it's glowing orange, and that's where he's getting that glow from. But, yeah, if you guys are not following my Instagram, that's usually the best place for like whatever's happening, like if prizes are being given away or when the next stream event is or anything like that. If you're not a Patreon, I highly recommend the Instagram so that you guys can keep up because we've got some really cool stuff coming up in the late spring and summer. Really cool co-stream. We've got for our Patreons, Green Art of Color is coming back. And he's going to be doing a tabletop intermediate challenge. I'm going to try to keep up. No? Well, I'm going to try, okay? I'm going to try. I'm going to give it my best shot. We all know the captain cannot paint a Drakari in 2 hours, so I'm probably going to... But I'm going to try. I might actually get, instead of a Drakari, I have a couple of other options. Some Necrons that are got some fancy stuff going on. So I might give that a try. In his palette, which should be exciting. I will be posting that palette for you guys here. In fact, I'll go do that when I'm done here. I'll go post that palette and everything in the Patreon. Yes, you know what? Sometimes, Sale, you gotta pull the whole thing and start over. I'm telling you what. And thank you so much, Calypso, for popping in. That was good conversation on starting out. It's a pleasure to have you aboard. Welcome to the crew. Low detail miniatures are a little bit difficult. That is a little bit more difficult. So what I can tell you, if you really want low, like if you want bigger and low miniature, is that so some of those miniatures that are made by those Whiz Kids that everybody was talking about, because the Whiz Kids makes the My Little Pony Calypso, and that's like practically all pony. Like you'd have to come up with designs to make that intricate. It's just so spread out. It's really, really spread out. Yes, Spaz is some of the early bone stuff. Some of the other option too, Calypso, is to look at some of those sites that they have posted in there. that where you can get the miniature printed out. Some of the people that are in the Discord have 3D printers and might be willing to print you out something low detail. You know what? Dave, are you still out there, dear? Can you shout out Big J Customs? Good afternoon, Mecha Farm. That would be Bobcat, my pickle man. How you doing? Go check out Big J Customs, Calypso, and ask Big J if he has, because you can ask him if they're very small though, Hatter. They're very small. They're so tiny. Sometimes that's hard for learning. He is in our Discord. But Calypso, if you can get a hold of Big J Custom, he has printers and he does sometimes sell if he has time, if he's not like completely loaded with work, he sells miniatures and accessories and stuff like that he prints off on his on his 3D printer. And he also is very familiar with a lot, wow, STL files, crazy STL files. So because of that, he also knows who has what all miniatures everywhere, and you may be able to get some information from him. Try popping into our Discord and searching for him and seeing if you can find him and maybe just shoot out a friend request. Yeah. And that's another thing too. I really do think that WizKids Calypso is going to be a good focus for you. I really do. I feel like that's probably going to be your best bet for low detail. Because when you're learning, it's like there's just all these accessories that are on them, and it just does create a little bit of a thing. That is true. What Hatter is saying is true. The Bonesylvania don't have a lot of detail, but they are pretty small. Here we go. This is one. But if you go with the dollar store idea, Calypso, go with the dollar store idea. You can just primer over those guys, and there's not a lot of detail on those little figures that are by Disney and Pixar and all of that. And it's a way to learn. It's definitely a way to learn, and it's really inexpensive, and there's not a lot of detail. That one too. All right, you guys. So we are... I think what we are going to do really is, I was hoping that Jan was going to be on today. You guys interested in some Warhammer? Ooh, you know what? I don't even know that I have ever rated. I was just looking at that, Danny. I don't think I've ever rated him. Or are you? Yeah, I think Cerantis is painting that. And recently a friend of theirs came into my chat, actually. Are you addicted to Warhammer, Spaz? Yeah, I know you like that. Is it? Oh, yeah. Good night, Wavy. Thank you so much for being here. And welcome back. You're going to feel better soon. You are going to feel better soon. I'm glad that you got your shot, though. Now I know you're protected. That makes me feel better. For real. Well, let me put my glasses on.
Gives them a satisfaction.
Oh yeah, this looks like this is totally this is epic. What are we fitting together there? That looks like a thing. Okay. Although my phone is like a really wacky bean. Maybe I still have it on quietude. No? There we go. All right. Okay, let me see if I can do this thing. So first of all, you guys know that Friday is date night. It's coming up. All right, keep your eyes peeled on that Instagram for the announcements, or pop into the Discord. Announcements there too, right? Oh, thank you, Danny. Thank you for helping. Thank you for helping Calypso out. So, yeah, that's when we hook up next Tuesday, right? This is Tuesday. This is Tuesday. That's when we hook up next, and then Sunday we're gonna continue painting on this guy, right? Mother Lovin' Paint Party. Gonna do that. Now, mind you, you guys, let's like stay in the loop. Please put some work in the Discord. When you do, put your deets, like your Instagram, Twitch if you have one. Put all that stuff in the Love Gallery. Or even if you put that, we have a introduce yourself section channel. So if you guys want to go in there and like put all your information, I'd love. It was so nice to meet so many new people today. Like, it's just totally cool. It was like, wow, you know. Sometimes I get to thinking like it's just this one little small group, you know, that we do all the time. And then all of a sudden somebody like CNOT comes along and I'm like, wow, look at all these super cool people. I'm looking forward to seeing your work. Friday is our big Love Gallery. Like, seriously, we do about a 2-hour Love Gallery on Friday. So if you guys want to come on in Friday and check it out and be part of it, I'd love to see you there. So let me see here. Now I'm going to kind of come over here and grab this guy and move it over. All right. And see if I can handle this. There we go. I think I can do this. All right. I'm going to pick one here. Let's get the spelling right on this. Glasses help. All right. Let's see. There we go. All right, you guys. So we're going to take you over to somebody who's working on a little Warhammer. Really talented painter. Questions about Warhammer. Spaz, I'm sure you're going to be totally comfortable there. All right. So you guys know the drill, right? You're going to be lurking. Excellent. All right. Friday's crazy. We don't start till 5. You guys can find my agenda on the Instagram, okay? So that you know what time we're starting and whatnot. And if you make sure to put me on alerts in your Twitch, then it'll like ding, 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 dong you when I go live, and that's awesome. All right, so in the meantime, you guys know where to find the link tree, right? All you guys looking for the parts and the pieces. Remember, pennies on the dollar helps out the ship. Doesn't cost you anything extra. We are going to go see Cervantes, and between now and when I see you again, self-care. If you do not care for yourself, we are rating Cervantes. I've already got him loaded in. Self-care. If you do not care for yourself, you cannot care for anything else, okay? And between now and when I see you again, I want you to grab some brushes, grab some paints, grab some minis, and get your fucking paint on. Now let us take you guys over and let's give some awkward love to Cervantes. Thank you guys for being here. It's been an amazing morning. I'm going to make sure we made it over. Did it go? Did it go? I don't see it doing its thing. Did it go? No, you gotta press this. Wait. Hold on, guys. I'm looking for it. Did it happen? No? There it goes. Okay. Excellent. All right. And then we push the stop button. Good night, all you who hung out lurking. Or good evening. Good afternoon.